lucky, prizes to be won, giveaways, and lots more. It's the 91 Days of Christmas on the Street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents On Board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week.
Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend.
Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soca. October 29th. Groovy on the boat.
October 30th.
Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for two at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the host of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much?
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for Gospel in the Bone Ministry every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. For the program, God's Last Warning Message. Hosea chapter 4 says, "Hear the word of the Lord, ye children of Israel. For the Lord hath a controversy with the inhabitants of the land, because there is no truth, nor mercy, nor knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying and killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break out, and blood toucheth blood." Remember, every Sunday from 7:05 a.m. to 8:55 a.m. for the program God's Last Warning Message with Gospel in the Bones Ministry, right here on the Street 919 FM.
The journey's almost home.
Good, that boat ride looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy, leaving for Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontT@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat, I look like it's not wet.
Share the line. Share the line. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the line. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the line. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the line. The Street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
Well, a pleasant good morning to each and everyone, and welcome to this edition of the Titans of Democracy right here on the Street 919 FM. Let me thank the Heavenly Father for bringing me here safe, sound, and all together in one piece. Pleasant good morning going out to my entire family. Good morning to the lovely Miss Sharon Felix, Mr. Dominic Ramin, and their entire families. Good morning to you, all our callers, all our listeners, all of our viewers online. For those of you that are always locked on with us, it's always a pleasure to have you guys right here on the inside with us. Let me also say good morning to my friends and family in Tobago. Good morning. Hope you guys are doing great. Pleasant good morning to each and every one of you. Auntie Pat, good morning to you, my dear. Good morning to my special person. Pleasant good morning going out to the management and staff of the Street 919 FM. Good morning to Mr. Iwer George and his entire family. So as I open up the lines to give you morning greetings, you can call me at 342-0081 and 466-5391. Caller, good morning. Hey, lost it. Call me up. Can call me back. I'm right here. Don't worry. So 342-0081 and 466-5391. Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Bruce Wayne.
Good morning, my dear. How are you this morning?
And how are you today?
I am great.
Yes, I am all too. By the grace of the Lord. You know how it is. Everybody to the Chicom, I would like to tell everybody a pleasant morning. And I would like to shout out Alicia and her husband, Ricardo and Precious. Good morning to you all. What a blessed morning. And I would like to tell my Prime Minister a blessed morning, he and his wife and his family. Foster Cummins, Shak Lady, Mr. Napuna, and Manu. Everybody, good morning. And Sharon and Mom Sauce. So they have a blessed morning. And everybody, Trinidad and Tobago, Merry Christmas. Mm-hmm. Okay? Yes. And have a good day today.
You too,
all right? Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay.
Caller, good morning.
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 Because of who you are, I give you glory. Because of who you are, I give you praise. Because of who you are, I will lift my voice and sing. Lord, I worship you because of who you are. Lord, I worship you because of who you are. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Lift up the trumpet, be joyful and sing. Jesus is coming again, coming again, coming again. Jesus is coming again. Yes, pilgrim, cheer up, cheer up, cheer up. Morning, Bruce. Morning to everybody. Morning to Sharon, whoever, wherever. Good morning, Pastor Street. Good morning, girlfriend. Good morning, Miss Jean. Good morning to everybody, Piper. Good morning, hey Zena. What's up taking place with you? Yeah. Good morning to Miss Faizabad. Good morning, hey. Yeah, man. Everybody only wake up. Almost sleeping in bed, time to make a new man. Make a new man of yourself. Do something good with yourself. Yet ending to start a practice to build a new house. So when the year has started, you're already in a new house. So, you know. Yeah, man. Good morning, Mr. Chance. Good morning, Jenny and Carol. Good morning. Mr. Bataya, good morning. Brother Sterling, good morning to you. Yeah, man. The people of Bonnet Gardens and Mount Hope. Hey. Yeah, man. Love to everybody. Dominic, morning to you. Bruce.
Oi.
Have a nice one.
You too, my brother.
Love
Take
to
care.
everybody.
Caller, good morning.
Blessed morning to you, my brother.
Morning, my brother. How are you this morning?
Good to be in the land of the living.
Yeah, man.
Blessed morning to Sharon. I hope everything is all right with the sister. Morning to Dominic. I was to miss out on Sunday. Why? Pantrin Bego meeting. It was a good meeting. Everything all right. Cooper static.
Yeah, man.
Let me say morning to Sister Jenny. Sister Carol. Mommy saw a shack lady, Miss Faizabad. Boy Mano. Brother Sterling. Rowley Jr., Brian. Our constituency guru, Mr. Barataria. Dr. Nadjujan, my brother, so much to call. Oh, Mount St. George. I'm out of here. Can't move from my radio. Always on. You have a safe and blessed week.
Yeah, man.
Aye.
Caller, good morning.
Bruce, good morning to you, my dearie.
Morning.
How are you doing, Bruce?
Hi there, cool.
Good morning, this is Tango. This is another day. What Dominique called you this morning?
Yes.
I'll wait to call back Dominique, man. I'll speak about Granny Corporation again. I'll wait when he come in. Bruce, have a good one.
Yeah, no problem. Caller, good morning.
Morning, my brother.
Morning.
How are you this morning?
Hi there, cool, man. What's going on?
Yeah, it's cool. They are watching things. Make another one again. I ain't complaining. I just had to go through it and hope I make tomorrow again.
Yeah, man.
I could make another call like this. So, Salomon, good morning to you, my brother. Overman, good morning. Male guru, good morning to you. Female guru, good morning. My financial guru, good morning. Pasty Street, good morning. A boy from South, man. Oh God, Brian, good morning. Oman Hoga, good morning. Stego Martin, everybody, good morning. And Mother, good morning. Goose, wait for the financial guru, and let's see how the day goes.
Yeah, man.
Be safe, my brother.
Yeah, man. Blessings.
Yeah, man.
Caller, good morning.
Hello, good morning, Brucey.
Good morning, my dear. How are you this morning?
How are you?
I good.
Them children good?
Yeah.
All right, darling. All right. Oh, man, Olga, good morning. Sharon, good morning. Angie and, oh, God, Eastman is, I can't remember her name, and Faisabad. Anyhow, two Faisabad, good morning. 585, Mr. Malcolm, good morning. I saw anxious. Okay, darling. Morning, Bussy again. Love you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Let me go and do my work.
Later.
Love you, darling. Yeah.
Love you too, darling. Oh, gosh. Caller, good morning.
Morning, Uncle Brucey. Morning, how you doing today, man?
I did cool, man. How you going?
I'm good. Bless the Lord that we are all up and could praise him and give him thanks. You know, all the titans. Morning. Sawaman, I just heard you, Mr. Manu. Morning. Professor Chance. Morning to you and your family. Uncle Dominic, morning. Know you'd be there just now with Uncle Brucey. Auntie Sharo, morning, my darling. Morning. Keep getting better and better every day. We miss you for the week, but we know you're coming back strong. God is good. He's on your side. My Prime Minister, love you. You and your family, morning to you all. Blessings. Rowley Jr., Barataria, Brian, all the nice people. All the ladies who shout me out, man. All of Tobago, my Tobago crew, they know who they are. I don't have to keep calling their name all the time. Morning to you all. Love you all. Have a good day. Uncle Brucey, I have a roast corn this morning again. Soon as you light the fire, I'll be jumping in. You and Uncle Dominic.
Yeah, man.
Right. Good. Nice.
So let me take this time out. Yes, let me take this time out to say good morning to Mr. Dominic Romain. Morning to you, sir.
Morning.
Yes. So can I what to do? Start the paper. Give you your time to say good morning, or start the papers? What to do?
No, go ahead with the papers.
All right, cool. So guys, we're gonna get into our online papers for today, Tuesday, the 4th of October, 2022. I'll take one more call before I do that. Caller, good morning.
Oh, Lord. Thanks. Blessed love to you, Mr. Wilson. No longer trying. I get your back. Yes. So love to you and your family this morning, Mr. Dominic, Miss Sharon and the family, Mr. Professor Chance, Mr. Iwer George and his family. Blessed, all blessing goes out to him again. Always 91.9 having us here on this radio station. Because without him, there is nothing. Yes, so blessed love to Mommy Sauce, Iver Angie, Mommy, Miss Thomas, Shak Lady, Tanapuna. Blessed love to Deep South, Barataria, each and every one of the Titans family. Blessed love. My four corners. Pasty Street, Mova, Beatum, Chumaka, Paradise Height. Gonna start back. Stop it for me, please. Stop it. Bring Jesus in your heart. Think about Jesus. I tell you, Satan on the loose. Stop it for me, please. Because I'm not feeling so kind of good in my feelings about things that is going wrong in Trinidad and Tobago. Too much bloodshed. Too much bloodshed. Blessed love to my Prime Minister and his family and colleagues. Hold on to that balance between Malo. Malo, blessed love to you, my dear. Gemma, blessed love. Blessed love. Mr. Bruce, thank you for taking my call.
No problem.
Right? I call because it's of my feelings. It start back again in this area again. So, Mr. Bruce, thanks again.
No
Right?
problem, my dear. Nice. You take care. So, guys, we're going to get into our online papers. And in the headlines in the Express, Paradise Lost. Cops kill 4 bandits after home invasion at gated Mayaro community. So let's get in on the inside. Paradise Lost. Police killed 4 men and are searching for at least 3 others who pounced on the residence of a businessman and his family in a quiet gated community in Mayaro. Hold on, let me get in. Hold on. In Mayaro yesterday morning. The 4 men were killed on the perimeter of the businessman's townhouse around 9 a.m. in Krista Park, Beaumont Road, during an exchange of gunfire with police. Right, so continuing. Shamfa, $59,000 cell phone bill unfortunate. Sports and Community Development Minister Shamfa Kojo says the $59,000 telephone bill she racked up because of roaming charges was unfortunate, but hold on, we get in. All right. But the country would never forget the wastage of taxpayers' money under the Kamla Prasad Bisesa-led People's Partnership government. In her contribution to the budget debate at the Parliament sitting yesterday, Kojo noted that opposition leader Kamla Prasad Bisesa had spoken of the roaming charges she had incurred. Faris, we are feeling it. The pain of adjustment has to be shared, as there is no escaping the reality of price increases which are impacting everyone, the government and the citizenry alike. Man held for loaded pistol. A 31-year-old man of Tunapuna was arrested by police for possession of a Beretta pistol loaded with 17 rounds of ammunition. Carney Savannah Road alert. The Ministry of Works and Transport wishes to advise the public that there will be temporary traffic disruption along the Carney Savannah Road from Carney, from Carney roundabout to Carney flyover. And okay, this would have been yesterday. Right. Drivers warned to look out for car insurance fraudsters. There has been an increase in the number of reported incidents of fraudulent motor vehicle insurance certificates. Therefore, the Association of Trinidad and Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago Insurance Companies, ATTIC, is asking owners to be extra vigilant. EPA wants OSHA probe into Pennywise heist. Alleged Venezuelan gang leader charged with child trafficking and prostitution. Tropical wave approaching. 2022-2023 hunting season is open. Top Cup, there is hope for TNT. And body parts floating off Chagaramas. And these are the stories currently making way in the Express. So we head over to the Newsday. Inside the Newsday, Duke budget allocation should stabilize the lives of Tobagonians. Murdered Allied security guard laid to rest. Security guard laid to rest. Decomposing body found in Lavantil. Woman charged with killing baby in New Grant denied bail. Cummings, St. Michael's home to reopen. Kojo, focus on development. UNC, Rowley's lavish party while asking citizens to sacrifice. Amin, government disconnected from reality. Autopsy, UE staffer strangled and beaten. Media veteran Ed Fong dies. Marval man charged with drug trafficking. Tilak Singh dedicates National Award to Invisible Men, Voiceless Children. Prestige Holdings reports $37 million profit. Young Gonzalez dismiss Mark's Wassa energy claims. 23 new COVID-19 cases in Tobago. Campbell excited about BPTT presidency. Additional ferry sailings for Tobago Carnival. Woman put on bond for 2006 fraud offenses. Paramilitary youth group launched. Funeral of murdered Guapo mother's son set after 2-year wait. Tobago woman ordered to pay friend for land sale. Cops thwart hold up at businessman's home for bandits shot dead. And these are the stories making way in the news day as we head over to the Guardian. Headlines in the Guardian: Cops kill 4 bandits. Cops kill 4 bandits in Miaro home invasion. It was a traumatic morning for a Miaro family on Monday after armed bandits stormed their home. However, a quick response from police left 4 of the 7 gunmen dead. Dotting at funeral of slain guard. Lawless nation can't fight crime with assassins roaming. Alwari admits TNT is hurting. Hines calls on opposition to support polygraph bill. Rambali, government out of touch with reality. Trini Boy shakes things up at the Voice UK with Soca hit. Shamfa, government to order 9 aircraft for inter-isle service. UNC councillors call for probe after Grandi Corp records disappear. Papa you. Tabakit residents blame poor drainage for collapsing houses. Newsman par excellence. Ed Fong dies at 97. Miami Broward Carnival gets a taste of TNT culture thanks to NCC. Mom of 2 placed on bond for using forged checks. Man wins property case against ex-friend. Alleged Venezuelan gang leader charged with child trafficking. Differently abled children told, we are going to do big things. UE engineer tells government, reveal names of roads to be fixed. UE historian, Kolpot should not be stigmatized as a symbol of poverty. I was saying the same thing. EPA buys food in bulk to assist struggling members. And these are the stories that are making way in the Guardian, the Express, and the Newsday at this time. So, as we say, you go there, snatch up the papers of your choice, see what's happening. So, At this point, I turn you over to Mr. Dominic Romaine. Dominic?
Yes, sir. Morning all. Morning to all of the loyal listeners of Street 919 FM. And the trolls alike. Good morning to Mr. and Mrs. Mr. P, Mr. and Mrs. Regis. Morning. Morning, Angie. Morning to Mother Tunapuna. Manu. Morning.
I commend you, Dominic.
Yeah. Good morning to Patsy Edwards, Nicole Caesar, Tavi Andrews. Morning to you guys as well. To all of the Allisons, good morning. To all of you guys. To the folks taking us in on Facebook and YouTube, pleasant morning to all of you all as well. On this, I don't even know what date it is. Yeah, but good morning all. Right. So a few things to touch on today. Quite a bit happening in and around the country. But there was a couple things in particular that I wanted to touch on. First of all, the misleader or the ringleader of the opposition. So the misleader put out a post, or rather, hold on 1 sec, let me get it here. I don't want to misquote. Shameless. No. And I say shameless because of the malicious intent of this press release or this statement that the misleader, ringleader of the opposition put out, when she ought to have known better. But then again, I expect nothing different from her, right? So, and she posted, first of all, she posted it proudly on her Facebook page. And Ruth mentioned the article just now. Opposition leader says PM continues to disrespect citizens. Now, before I get into that, right, I just want to again admonish some of the ministers to be a little more careful in some of the things that they're saying, because we have a media, and as I always say, we don't have journalists in this country, we have bacchanalists, right? Who are looking for every and any opportunity. And remember, the so-called journalists are themselves citizens of Trinidad and Tobago who would have their political biases, who would have their own personal opinions and feelings with respect to the reduction in the subsidy through the increase in the price of fuel. And so they too would have their axe to grind, and any opportunity that they get for them to be able to present the government in a negative light, they seem all too happy to do that. So we've seen Shamfa Kojo, Marvin Gonzalez, Keith Scotland, to a lesser extent the Prime Minister, and them just jumping on that bandwagon, choosing certain things that the ministers say to create this big uproar. And so now Facebook, of course, is awash with memes with respect to that. So just to be a little more cautious, because I'm also seeing to some extent, PNM, people that I know to be PNM supporters, posting stuff on Facebook, expressing their disappointment and at some of the statements that have been made, whether or not they were taken out of context, but anyway. So the misleader, ringleader of the opposition, proudly put out a press release yesterday. Opposition leader says the PM continues to disrespect citizens. Opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar says Prime Minister Dr. Keith Rowley continued to disrespect citizens when he hosted a lavish and expensive party for himself and his wealthy friends at Millefleur last Saturday. According to a press release from the opposition, this government is totally detached from reality and is leading the country down a path of anarchy. And it reads, Keith Rowley continued to disrespect citizens last Saturday at Millefleur when he totally ignored the suffering of the poor and working class and instead hosted an expensive and lavish party for himself and his wealthy friends, which was paid for with taxpayers' dollars. It was a most evil act of incitement against citizens, reminiscent of the behavior of detached tyrants and dictators. The latest provocation comes on the heels of statements from PNM ministers schooling the population, and she goes on to talk about Marvin Gonzalez, Champa Kojo, Keith Scotland, Brian Manning. Reporting on the lavish event, she said taxpayers' dollars were used to have transformed Millefleur into a period reminiscent of the 1900s, complete with large bouquets of roses. To add to the opulence, women were dressed in corsets and long skirts, complete with hats, gloves, and umbrellas, while the men wore suits, white suits. Keith Rowley and his government uses taxpayers' money for roses and rosé champagne, but none for paying workers, none for the fuel subsidy, none for road repairs, none for subsidizing utilities, none for children's education, none for senior citizens. And this opulent party for Rowley and his wealthy friends is a hateful provocation to the citizens of this country. And this government is totally detached from reality and is leading the country down a path of anarchy. And I call on the government to withdraw this evil budget and to treat the poor and working class with respect. Kamla Prasad Visesa. I would posit that the only person who is causing provocation to the citizens with this press release is Kamla Prasad Visesa. The only person, right? And I say this because I am well pleased to call her out as being an inveterate liar with respect to this, right? Because contrary to what she is stating here, and what is even worse, and let us make no mistake about it, this was deliberate. Because this article in I think today's Guardian is not a case where Mrs. Prasad Visesa would have made some sort of off-the-cuff statement or comment at a Monday night forum and the media pick it up and they decided to report on it. She put out a press release. This, what I just read for you, is an actual press release that she put out. The government did not pay for that event at Millefleur on Saturday. No taxpayers' dollars was used to host that event, right? And the misleader, the ringleader of the opposition ought to know that quite well, because if she has the resources and the wherewithal to be able to go and dig up and get people's private information, such as Paris Al-Rawi and Foster Cummins' private information, to get copies of people's, what do they call it, the declaration, the Integrity Commission declaration, to get copies of people's certified copy. She could get copies of source of funds declarations, all of these things that are private and confidential. But you couldn't get the correct information with respect to that event that took place at Millefleur on Saturday. Or you had the correct information, but you so wanted to add fuel to the fire because you realize that right now, okay, people are upset, and it hasn't helped with some of these statements that some ministers have made. And on top of that, so you're looking now to build the momentum because you find, okay, Trinidad and Tobago is a 9-day wonder and it's not 9 days yet. And you don't want that to die down, so you want to capitalize on. But let me tell you, right? I am calling Kamla Prasad, but see with respect to this, I am calling her out as a damn blasted liar. And the UNC love to post up, they have a meme they love to post on Facebook. It's a clip with Mr. Manning saying, show me a liar and I'll show you a thief. Yeah? Show me a liar and I'll show you a thief. And I am calling Kamla Prasad Visesa out this morning as a liar, right? And I could speak to that. Because when I came back from abroad on the 6th of September, right? And Bruce, you would recall that when I came into the studio the morning, and I told you the reason why I came back, even I came into the studio, even though I came back after 11 the night before, was because I had a meeting the following morning at Millefleur with the chairman of UDICOT. And when I got there, my chairman informed me that it's not one but 2 meetings we had. And the second meeting was with a group of people who were planning this very event, right? The team included the CEO of Angostura and his team. Mm-hmm. There was a representative from Special Branch because he indicated that on account of the fact that the Prime Minister would be in attendance and he would be giving a speech and he'll be the featured speaker, that the protocol is that Special Branch has to do a security sweep of the venue and so on, and they have to work out the logistics with respect to security. There was a gentleman by the name of Clint Adia, who is an events coordinator with Brian McFarlane, because the entire thing, Brian McFarlane did everything, all the deco and whatnot and stuff, and the whole planning of the event, right? He was entrusted with that. And there was one person, I can't remember the lady's name, from the office of, no, not the office, the Prime Minister's household, and Angostura, who hosted, organized, and paid for that event on Saturday. Not the taxpayers' money, as this liar, this inveterate liar who's putting up herself to be the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, put out in a press release to gaslight the population, right? And so that was the team there. We met that morning. We did a walkthrough. We walked around Millefleur, right? Questions were asked and so on, and suggestions were made at that point in time. And I recall one gentleman made a recommendation because it was at that point that the folks from Brand McFarlane mentioned, they would have people wearing costumes and so on from the period when Millefleur was built and all of that. And the whole brand design that they had, and somebody suggested, well, we could have a horse. And one guy commented, well, Angostura had the money, so hey, bring it. Yeah. So that event was hosted by Angostura because it was part of the patriotism art exhibition that was held at Millefleur, Stallmeyer's Castle, and the Whitehall, right? Angostura had their exhibition at Millefleur, FCB had theirs at Stallmeyer's Castle, and Central Bank had theirs at Whitehall, right? And it was supposed to be closed off on the 23rd of September, and then it was extended by 1 week. So since the 6th of September, long before the budget, Angostura had been planning this thing, right? And they organized and they knew what it is that they want. The guest list was supposed to comprise 300 specially invited guests, primarily persons from the diplomatic corps. So you had all of the ambassadors there and their wives. So is this one as a guest and whatnot and stuff. Specially invited guests. Yeah. So it had nothing. So when Mrs. Prasad Bisesa comes now and puts out a press release, and what's even worse, Bruce, and that's why again I have to say, if we don't have journalists in this country, we have back analysts. Because the lady from the Prime Minister's household, the reason why she was there was because Angostura asked them to assist with the guest list, right? Because the Prime Minister's residence would have the protocol list of all the ambassadors and who you send invitations to, and right. So if it's the ambassador and wife or ambassador and whoever, right? Because they wanted to be very specific as to who they put on, what they put on the invitation. Because they say some people sometimes tend to get offended if you put so and so and guest, right? So they wanted to know who have a spouse and whatnot. So that is why she was there to give them access to that list, and she assisted. So it wasn't any taxpayers' money that was spent on that event. Dr. Rowley didn't host any party, lavish party for himself and his friends, right? As this liar is putting out in the public space to get people angry for them to say, well, they increase the price of fuel, but they have money to, and they say they have money, but they have money to throw big lavish party and have people in costumes and roses and stuff and all of that, right? Up until yesterday when I was at Millefleur, Angostura have a big sign in front of the building. There's a reason why the chairman of Angostura gave a speech on Saturday. Because Angostura funded it. That was an Angostura event. Not a government event, not a Keith Rowley event. But again, I repeat, show me a liar and I'll show you a thief. Right? A word to the wise is sufficient. And I'm speaking here to the members of the literati who are listening, right? Who like to support all your leader. And always calling Dr. Rowley Row liar. Well, I am calling out your leader this morning as a damn blasted liar. That is what she is. And she ought to know. So whoever was the spy that got invited to that event and they went back and report to her and tell her all kind of thing and she couldn't wait to jump out herself. I don't know if she was upset because she didn't get an invitation and probably felt that she should have. Yeah? But your leader is a liar. I calling her out this morning as a liar. And I trust and hope that others will too. And hopefully Angostura will put out a statement when they see this article, clearing up this whole issue, and again calling her out for what she is. Deliberately misleading the population. She find that they ain't riot yet.
Yeah, things
so let me get them something to riot.
Things going too good, man.
It going too good. She probably find that the little protest they had outside the parliament, what it was a little too sedate now. Yeah? Nobody ain't get locked up. No bottle and pelt. Yeah. So she needed to stir up the pot a little bit. Come out and do something now. I saw a clip with some clown talking about how Dr. Rowley, they should assassinate Dr. Rowley, assassinate ministers and all kind of thing. Yeah. Another LB, they're always there up front and center, right? To be recorded. And the clown who recording it. And I don't go, I don't say that. Yeah, I don't go. But he had no problem posting it. Right? They show up, look one of their own. Hear what she's saying. Stupid. Yeah? So I'm calling out your leader this morning for what she is. A liar. Right? Moving right along. So I got in late last night, Bruce. Anjay, morning. So I got in late because so there's a French naval ship in town. It's by the cruise ship complex there. It's actually an OPV. And it's normal port of call is in Martinique, but it's here for about, I think, 5 days on a diplomatic mission, and they're meeting with members of the local Coast Guard and all of that. So the French ambassador hosted a cocktail event last night, and I would have attended that. So you had members of the diplomatic corps, ambassadors, and so on and whatnot there, right? And several members of the Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard. Now I raised the issue because I was afforded the opportunity to have a conversation with some senior Coast Guardsmen last night. And during the course of it now, the ship is huge, right? But actually, there are two vessels anchored by on that area. Yeah. There's that naval ship, I think it's called the Victros or something. I can't remember the name of it. And there's a mega yacht parked up outside the Hyatt that belonged to one of the co-founders of Microsoft. Yeah, you should see it. It's a massive yacht. Yeah, it was purchased by some billionaire heiress or something, and she's in town stocking up on food and whatnot and thing. I think they were in Barbados, and they went to get the amount of supplies that they wanted, so they came to Trinidad. Yeah, so if they had an opportunity and persons passing, just take a look by the Hyatt and you'll see that beautiful vessel. But anyway, so I'm talking to these officers last night, right? And so I said to them, I said to one of them, I said, so when are we getting one of these? Now, as I said, it's a huge vessel. They actually have this massive helicopter on the vessel, right? So it's as I said, it's an OPV. One's kind of similar to what it is we would have had, which was ordered by the Manning administration, and it was cancelled by the Prasad Bisesa administration. Yeah? Nice vessel. You see it. And when I asked that question, Bruce, one of the fellas said, you say you're familiar with the about turn in the Defense Force? I said, no. You show me anything about it?
Oh, good.
Right? But the guy came back, Bruce, and I'm talking to about 3 of them, and I said, these are senior Coast Guardsmen who were actually involved in the training aspect for the use of the OPVs. But I learned last night it wasn't just that they were involved in the training. They were actually involved in the construction and the design and construction of these vessels. Bruce, and these guys, they're telling me about it was almost as if to some extent they were kind of happy that they had the opportunity to speak about it, because there were all kind of pent-up frustrations over that.
Oh.
Let me just put it this way, Bruce. You ever see a big man, eye full of tears, and he had to walk away to compose himself? Yeah, it was that bad. Because this man is telling me, he said, you know what it is to be training in the UK away from your family for 2.5 years. That in that time, just before he was deployed, his wife was pregnant and she was about to give birth, and he came back for 1 week, right, when she gave birth and so on. And he said, you know what it is, for 2.5 years you were there, and you only seeing your child on a screen, right? You make that sacrifice. And just as the boat is about to launch to come back to Trinidad, you get a call saying, project cancelled. Come back home. The man said, there's a side that the population didn't know about, and there's a side of it that the population is not aware of. The psychological and emotional side. That you invested 2.5 years of your time, 2.5 years of your life that you can't get back, into something that you became emotionally attached to, and then to have it pulled out from under you. He said men get married, families mash up, marriages mash up, People come back, they're estranged with their children, all kind of thing. He said when they came back here, you know, they didn't, it was like a total emotional disconnect. They didn't even give them time to say, well, okay, to understand, well, there's that side of it. It's like you come back, one day they just come and say, hey, look, ticket, you're going back home, project cancelled. Right? And come back home, and he said in less than a month, they just send them back out and as if nothing happened, normal. In between the time when the partnership came in and were trying to make a decision what they're going to do with the project, he said they stopped paying them. So they up there having to do little odds and ends and that kind of thing, you know, trying to find ways to keep themselves occupied. And every day asking the seniors, well, what's going on? We don't know, you know, but we don't know, you know? And, you know, you could see the guy says, there's not, and he said there's nothing political. He said, but we knew the value of those vessels. He said because they had some Brazilian sailors and stuff from the Brazilian Defense Force who were up there at the time too. And they were jealous of the vessels. Because he said it was first in class. There were no others like that in the world because what the original specs was that it was supposed to have been a single purpose hull. And they would have given their input making it a multi-purpose hull and all the different things that they felt Trinidad and Tobago Coast Guard needed. So they had intimate input into the design and construction of the vessels, right? It's all this stupid talk about what the gun wasn't working and all them kind of thing. It was just a poor and petty excuse for them to cancel the thing because of politics. Because you knocked it before you came into office. And then when you come into office, now what are you going to do when you realize it good? You come in and say it was wrong? No. So you had to follow through and cancel it, right? He said when sometime after that, a couple years after the Brazilians took possession of it, they brought one here, and he and some of the officers who were training were invited to come and view the vessel. And he said, no, we couldn't. He said we couldn't. We just emotional. We were still so emotionally tied and invested that we could not bring ourselves to go on that vessel. That's the side we didn't hear about. So the broken families and the broken marriages because of these hypocritical bastards. Politics. So while we're boasting and bragging, oh, we cancel it, we get back $1 billion and whatnot and stuff. How that $1 billion help the families that all you mash up? The marriages that you were caused to mash up. How that helped? You could have had 2 of those vessels.
But that is it.
Yeah. 2. And I mean, the ship, I mean, it's impressive. Right? And it plays a pivotal role in curtailing drug trafficking and human trafficking. We could have had 2 of those boats. 2. What they do with $1 billion that they get back, right? Because remember, they were earning the highest energy revenues in the country's history. What did that spend on? I wonder if Central could tell me what that money spent on. Which road they pay for that Central? What they spend that on? What they build? They use that for the Cuba Hospital? No, they didn't, because they took a loan from the Chinese to build the Cuba Hospital. They used that to build the National Aquatic Center or the cycling center. No, they didn't, because they took loan from the Chinese again to build that too. So what they do? What did they build with that $1 billion center? They give it to the poor. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, they get the poor out, right? So when I listen now, Bruce, to these hypocrites with the crocodile tears, oh, they're so concerned about the poor and they're so concerned about the poor.
Everything now is the poor.
Yes. So you mentioned there just now about Champa Kojo mentioning about the $59,000 phone bill. And Kamala Prasad Bisesa mentioned it to talk about how the government is uncaring and they could spend $59,000 on a phone bill. But like she forgets she spent $6.1 million on 452 helicopter rides from Queen's Park Savannah to the Pink Palace in Philippines, when the Prime Minister's residence was less than 5 minutes away from her office by St. Pierre Avenue there. She forget that. So, to the illiterati you listening, let's juxtapose 59,000 and 6.1 million. I know, and we ain't talking Kamala Matics here, right? And I know the maths might be a little tough for you. 59,000, 6.1 million. Which one is more? Which one could do more? Which one could pave more road?
Why are you trying to
Which one could have buy more laptops? Which one could have feed more people? The 59,000 or the 6.1 million? But this is the person all you want to tell us is well poised to be the next Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. And the 15 million that she spent when she went to India, what we get from that? 59,000 phone bill, 15 million trip to India. What we get? Which one could I buy more laptops? Which one could I pave more potholes? The 59,000 or the 15 million? Well, I know if we're talking Kamlamatics, it would be the 59,000. We ain't talking Kamlamatics this morning. We're talking old school mathematics. 15 million, 59,000. Which one making more sense? Let me go again. $11.1 million to convince a man to become the Minister of Finance. And then you pay him $40-something thousand a month for 4 years as Minister of Finance. 11.1 million, 59,000. Which one is more? Which one could have done more? 11.1 million, 59,000. All you want to go there? Really? So talk to me now. Talk to me this morning. You all seem to forget the wastage. Yeah? 20 million happiness campaign. Newspaper ads, radio ads, TV ads to tell you and me what it means to be happy. 20 million, 59,000. How she ain't talking that? How she ain't talking that? The 2 million that she spent to lease a plane to go to Brazil. The 2 million that she spent to lease a plane to go to South Africa. The 2 million that she spent to lease a plane to go to China. 59,000, 6 million. Which one more? Which one could do more? Help me, please. So when it is that she, your leader, the ringleader of the opposition, want to come and talk about who spent what money and 59,000 and who out of touch with reality, miss me with that BS, eh? Miss me with that.
Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Let us go to the break and we'll be right back.
Don't come on.
We'll be back, guys. Keep it locked.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM for the program The Final Hour with Pastor Valentine Garcia Jr. and his wife, Nikki Garcia, for the Bible study every Thursday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Mark chapter 16, verse 15 says, "Go into all the world and preach this gospel for every creature, for I am not ashamed of the gospel of Christ, for it is the power of God unto salvation."
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, "He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God." Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylish Furniture Mixed is possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for 2 at Ateliers Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture for the style in you.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Tune into the street 91.9 FM
every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
for the Repairing of the Breach radio program with me, Bishop Showinal Thomas.
The scripture says, "And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Thou shalt raise up the foundation of many generations, and thou shalt be called the repairers of the breach, the restorers of the paths to dwell in."
Don't miss it. Repairing the Breach radio program with Bishop Sherwin R. Thomas on the street 919 FM every Sunday from 10:05 a.m. to 11 a.m.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108.
Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street 919 FM.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me." John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 686-3845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
Every Friday, it's all about Firewood Soca Fridays with MC Duke and Selector Kochi from 6 straight to 9 p.m. blazing all the latest and past soca hits. So remember, make it a line, make it a day, rock and come in, you know. It's all about Firewood Soca Fridays on the street 919 FM. You don't know.
Good, that boat line looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat line look like it was wet.
We go out and body the people better we cause them trouble.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
Yo, this is your boy Ziggy Rankin, and right now you're listening to the Titans of Democracy. You don't know. Real talk.
So welcome back. If you're just joining us, you're locked on to the Street 919 FM. This is your Titans of Democracy with Dominic Romaine and Bruce Wayne. Dominic?
Yes, sir.
I see you send something there.
Yeah, play that for me, please.
Get that there. Nice.
To spend money. Wow. In order for a government to spend money, somebody has to be taxed. Somebody has to get taxed, or some place has to get taxed for a government to spend money. Understand that. So if you're getting something X place, you're being taxed Y place. And taxation, yes, is unfair. Because you see, I know a house in Trinidad and Tobago where 4 people are now over 60. 4 people, they receive pension grants of $3,500 per month, which makes it $14,000 per month in pension grants. They also work at cash jobs, double taxis, them kind of thing. And I know to a fact that they never put a cent in national insurance. They never paid income tax because they have always been cash-related business. Now, is that fair to the people who get up at 4 o'clock in the morning, go to work, be taxed in a salary on a pay-as-you-earn, and have a hard time receiving pension grants because of NIS, etc.? They balance this thing. Think about it. So is Shamfa Kujo really, really wrong?
That was Fuad Khan, former Minister of Health under the People's Partnership Government, right? And until recently, well, I don't know if he's still, well, I suppose he's still a member of the United National Congress. But he's not on the mark around because he dared to challenge Mrs. Prasad Bisesa for leadership of the party, right? Okay. And I want to beg the members of the UNC who listen to this program to take off all your political hat for just 1 minute and just take in what he just said there, right? He knows one household in which you have 4 persons over 60, right? Who collect pension, $14,000 with our government money, your taxpayers' money. As he said, they worked cash jobs all their lives, selling double, driving taxi and so on, so they never pay no PAYE. Yeah? No PAYE. Only cash jobs. And they're still doing that to an extent, right? $14,000 a month in pension, government pension. Having not contributed 1 dime other than maybe through VAT, but in terms of direct taxes on their earnings, never contributed a single dime, never contributed a penny near farthing to NIS, but they collecting $14,000. Yeah? And as he said, is that fair for the man who had to get up every morning at the crack of dawn, 4 o'clock, so he could catch the bus or the maxi for 5 o'clock to get to work on time. And at the end of the month, a chunk of his pay going to the Board of Inland Revenue. Money coming out for health surcharge. Those folks who collected now 14,000 never pay health surcharge. But if they get sick, they go in the hospital and they get in free care, courtesy those of us who pay. Is that fair? Well, I ain't complaining about them. That's all right. And that's all right. You know what? You know how they are able to get that? Through subsidies. Through transfers. So they enjoy the best that Trinidad and Tobago has to offer the backs of those of us who contribute, who have no choice because of the professions and careers that we are in. We have no choice. But we can't go down to the HR department and say, hey, don't take out no PAYE this month. We can't do that. It come out. It goes to the board and we can't say don't take out no NIS and no health surcharge. I can't go and say, hey, the healthcare system in the country is a mess. Don't take no health surcharge from my pay. No, it has to come out. But those guys enjoying life. And when she talk about sacrifice, she talking to them people too, right? Because I show them complaining to about the price of gas so high. Whatever contribute. Nothing. But you all enjoying the spoils. And but complaining. But for those of us who don't have our choices, all they'll have to talk about taxpayers' money. Taxpayers. They don't understand when you see that is a term we use loosely in this country as the taxpayers' money. Not everybody in this country paying tax, eh?
True.
Understand that. And now I want to come and talk about VAT when people paying tax to VAT. Man, the next time you go to the grocery, you know, Bruce, sometimes when I go to the grocery, I love to go and stand up in a line where it have people with 2 trolleys. Even though I have to wait. I love to do that. You know why? Because by the time they finish cash and they move off, before the cashier clears the register, I look at to see how much money that they spend, and I look at the section VAT. And sometimes you'll see people spend $2,500, $3,000. Now when you look at the amount of VAT, $150, $89. Yeah? I don't think I've ever seen VAT crossing $200, where you spend $2,500, $3,000. And when we're talking about VAT, and the government cannot take VAT off for 7,000 food items and only put back on the VAT and all kind of stupidness. The next time when you go to the grocery, please look at your bill, look at your receipt and see how much VAT you pay. Look next day, because the VATable items, you could see it on the bill too. Run through all the bill and see. So when all want to talk that janjat about Kamla take off VAT on 7,000 food items and Rowley put it back, check and see how many items you're really paying VAT on. But all of you who are suffering from cognitive dissonance, which seems to be a chronic plague in the UNC, even though you watch all your bill, it didn't make a difference. They don't make a difference. They will still come on the airwaves and come on the live and talk that stupidness. Most of the basic food items are VAT-free. Half all you even know that. When this administration came in 2015, a lot of them things ain't touch. But all when you running all your mouth all day and talking about Rowley put back VAT and don't even know because why? You ain't studying the bill. All you complaining the price of food, so how much all you really watch all your bill? Look, anyway, I digress. Right? I just thought I would put that out there, right? So what can he was Somalia camp? He was never, as far as I know, he was never paying him. As UNC. He's saying that. But when we say it, they're drinking Balize juice. Yeah? Yeah. So apparently Fuad drinking Balize juice too? Huh?
Somebody just gave him a cup.
Yeah. It's a taste that's not Fuad, you're gonna like it.
Guaranteed you fit this.
Yes. Yeah, well, apparently it gave some sense. Yeah? Bruce, I want to again, as I did on Sunday morning, call out the hypocrisy of the UNC. Can't miss it. Right? My broadcast was interrupted because of a power outage on Sunday morning, so I really didn't get to, expatiate as I wanted to. And I ain't really had the time this morning. But I just wanted to touch on something again, right? An article that I read from 2013, Guardian article, entitled, "Is Now the Time to cut, let me get it, is now the time to cut the fuel subsidy. And I just wanted to quote one thing here. I ain't going to read as much as I did on Sunday. The words of then Minister of Finance, one Larry Hawaii, and I would stress the man that was paid $11.1 million to become the Minister of Finance, so that when Dr. Rowley says the rich, there's nothing wrong with the rich getting richer, but the poor must come out of poverty. And one doesn't need to go down for the other one to come up. They always forget that part. All they know is Rowley say nothing wrong with the rich getting richer. Well, apparently, Kamala Prasad-Bissessar had a similar philosophy. When in inviting Larry Hawaii to leave his post as CEO of Pro Citizens and to join her 33, at that time 32-member cabinet, right? Largest cabinet in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. So all them unnecessary ministers. So Keith Rowley has a cabinet of 23. Yeah, Angie. Keith Rowley has a cabinet of 23. She had a cabinet of 33, right? And I always make the comparison that when she was prime minister, Barack Obama was the president of the United States. She, right, governing a country of 1.3, 1.4 million people, had a cabinet of 33 persons. Barack Obama, who was president of a country with a population of 335 million people, had a cabinet of 23 people. Yeah? So he could govern 335 million people with 23, but she needed 33 to govern 1.4 million. Yeah? Consider that. But that wasn't jobs to the boys. No. All the extra salary, that the extra additional 10, because he'd only doing it with 23, 10 less. So that extra salary, that the additional 10 that she had, right, they were getting. That could have paved road. That could have buy a laptop. How much poor people that could have feed? Yeah? One minister's salary. How many CPAP workers that could have paid for the fortnight? For the month? Well, they wasn't studying that there. No. This administration wicked and evil and wasted money. Kamala wasn't doing that. No, not at all. That was a well-run government. Right? Yeah. They knew how to manage money well. They weren't squandering and wasting. Let's see if I get this here. Right? Yes, here it is. It may be argued, and I want to make this point. Larry Hawaii, when he made this statement, right? He made this statement in the Senate of Trinidad and Tobago in February of 2013. And he came to, after he had the budget in September, October, he come and begged for another $2 billion because money was running out. You know, oil prices was high and they got a little extra kakada, so he come to take some more, right? Because, hey, we can't just leave that money still on there and we could build thing and thief. So let me come and see how much more I could get, right? Okay. So, yeah. When he made this statement, he was speaking not in his own personal capacity, but the fact that his statement was made in the Senate representing government policy. So every word that came out of Larry Hawaii's mouth when he made that statement in the Senate was representative of the 33-member cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago at the time, of which Kamala Prasad-Bissessar was the head. So whatever he said, right, was the views of his colleagues in the cabinet, because he would have had to have gotten permission from them, the okay from them to make this statement. Because remember, when you go out there and you speak, you represent the government. You're not representing yourself. And therefore, the government needs to know what you're going and say, because they don't want you to say something that they would have to backtrack on and distance themselves from. Nobody, when Hawaii made this statement, distanced themselves to say, well, that was Hawaii talking, that's not the government talking, that is not the views of the government, right? Similar to when he announced, I think it was in 2014, that the government intended to implement the property tax. And right next to him when he made that statement was Kamala, and she rocked back so, right? And Anil right behind him, and he so, like he was recovering from the punching-induced coma, right? But yeah, that's how he rocked back so, like, yeah. The hangover was a little too much. But anyway, here what Hawaii say. There are two measures that can be implemented almost immediately that will ensure the country will be able to balance its expenditure and revenue in the foreseeable future. 2, not 3, not 5, 2. What are the 2? The 2 measures are 1, the elimination of the fuel subsidies, and 2, the introduction of the property tax regime. Let me repeat that. This is Larry Hawaii, the $11.1 million minister. The elimination of the 2 measures are the elimination of the fuel subsidies and the introduction of the property tax regime. You see why I call these people a bunch of hypocrites? They came into office right in the back of axe the tax. No property tax. Yeah, Manning too wicked. Manning want to take all their property and all of that. No tax, no thing. When I become Prime Minister, I will repeal this draconian Property Tax Act. Remember that? Repeal nothing. She come in 2014 to rest it on all your chest. All you remember that? Yeah, but Rowley's a liar, eh? Yeah, Rowley does lie. Just like when they tell all you, and plenty of all you get chained up in 2010, and as some of you are going to get chained up again in 2025. She talking this talk, but she can open back the refinery. How? I don't know. Where they, as Dr. Rowley said, where the oil coming from? Apparently, they have a special secret reservoir somewhere, and as soon as she become Prime Minister, yeah, they go in and just plant a pipe in the ground and oil. Yeah, boy. Hundreds of thousands of barrels of oil come in. Refinery time. Hey, Rowley couldn't do that. Yeah, magic and abracadabra. All right, we continue. The elimination of the fuel subsidies, again, this is how I'm talking in the Senate. It's on Hansard for posterity. Elimination of the fuel subsidies will cut billions from TNT's annual expenditure, while the introduction of a property tax regime will add billions in revenue. So when Larry Hawaii says it, representative of the cabinet of Kamla Prasad-Bisesa, yeah, man, that's what we're talking about. That is economics. Yes, anti-cams. For the order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, that is Prime Minister. But when Coleman would say it, that old nasty, they're dirty, they don't care about people, they're wicked and evil. Let me point something out here. While Hawaii was saying elimination, you know what that means? Get rid of it completely, totally, right? The government is not prepared to shoulder the burden in any way, form, or fashion. So let the population shoulder the full burden, 100%. Elimination, that's what he said. You know what Embert's saying? Reduction. Let me bring it down. The government is still prepared, right, to shoulder a portion of the burden. Right now it's 50-50. So you pay 50% of the cost, the state will pay 50% of the cost. That is what Embert's saying. Embert is saying get rid of it fully. He is saying that. Embert said let me cap it at $1 billion, right? Minimum, we prepare to pay $1 billion. But there will be there will be some times in the future when it will work out to more than $1 billion because the price of oil is very volatile. And while we may say based on the price at the time that the budget is read, at this assumed price it would be $1 billion would be the subsidy. If it is the price goes up, the subsidy would be more, right? Because we can't just be changing, adjusting the price, the cost of fuel every Monday morning. Understand? So it will end up being more than, I think this year it's supposed to be 1.45 billion, even though the intention is to cap it at $1 billion. But Mbut is saying, Dr. Rowley is saying, government of the day, the PNM government is telling you, we are prepared, all right, to shoulder 50% of the burden for now. We ain't going to get rid of it completely. But I know what Hawaii say. Hawaii say get rid of it. We ain't care, to hell with them. You know why? Because when you have $11.1 million in your pocket, courtesy the Prime Minister, if the price of fuel could be what the hell it is, you could afford it. So you cannot commiserate with the poor. The pink palace that she living in down in Philippines. That's poor. Remember when she come into office in 2010 as the Prime Minister? Remember that? Where she get the money from to build it? More than 10 years. Greg is a doctor. She's a liar. Sorry, a lawyer. Yeah? Two of the highest paid professions in the country. Well, you couldn't build a house. Yeah? It's piecemeal. For the year, you could only buy 100 blocks and 2 bags of cement. But all of a sudden, you become Prime Minister and house finish. When questions asked now, you come with two old notebook with dog ears to say, well, look, we was, over the course of the years, we used to build piecemeal, and look at out here, where we buy this and we put on and in the hardware and all of that. So for 10 plus years, you couldn't build. And in the space of 1 year of coming into office as Prime Minister, all of a sudden it finished. Yeah? Abracadabra. UNC's a bunch of magicians. Right? Yeah. Just like how well they make abracadabra, make the money disappear from the treasury between 2010 to 2015. So now we understand why it is that the exchequer account went from 10 billion in overdraft when they came in 2010, the highest it had ever been. When they left office, $33 billion permanent overdraft. Yeah, we understand why. You see, Because as based on the IMF report that I read on Sunday, a report that the IMF did in 2016, which spoke to the fact that they so wanted to curry favor with the population, right? They so wanted to do things in a manner to try and bribe the population rather than engage in proper economics. That there were times, years when they could not afford to pay the subsidy. And so they were owing Petrotrin because they didn't have enough revenue from the energy sector and the non-oil sector to pay Petrotrin this subsidy. So what they do? They in arrears. So Petrotrin now don't have money because the government owing billions in subsidy. I think at the end of 2012, it was $7.1 billion in subsidies that was owed to Petrotrin, contributing to Petrotrin's cash flow issues. Yeah? Study that. Yeah, subsidy, man, subsidy. Yeah, keep the price low because we had to take care of the people. To hell with what happened 10 years down the road. To hell with what happened 20 years down the road as a result of the decisions that they made between 2010 to 2015. Because you know what, if we get a second term after that, we good. The pocket full. So Rowley could come in after that and clean up the mess we ain't care. That was their position. So because they wanted to sustain this unsustainable subsidy, in 2012, the subsidy was $4.45 billion. More money than was allocated to the Ministry of Health, more money than was allocated to the Ministry of Education, more money than was allocated to the Ministry of Agriculture. $4.45 billion to go to subsidy, right? So when Petrotrin was catching the nenen, because what Petrotrin did, they decided to hold the taxes ransom. Yeah, they held the taxes ransom. But the taxes wasn't sufficient to cover the liability that the government had to them and of course, that would have impacted Petrotrin. But I continue. I want to read this too. You see, because when they want to talk the refinery talk, Fasad Bisessa telling Olia and taking chain up. Yeah, because she know what Somalia like to hear. Where the only thing between this air and that air is an echo for Somalia. Right? So, well, you understand. Let me read this for you. Let me go there. Come, let me let this thing come up here. So, oh gosh, wait, when I do that now, not now. Right. So, let me get it. So in 2014, two people made statements, two people of consequence or two people of note in the energy sector. The Minister of Energy, Kevin Ramnarine, and the then President of Petrotrin, a man by the name of Khalid Hassan Ali. Mr. Hassan Ali did an interview with a publication called the Oil and Gas Journal on the 16th of July, 2014. And here it says, Trinidad and Tobago state-owned Petrotrin is blaming the shale gas revolution in the U.S. and lower crude prices at Cushing, Oklahoma for its decision to, here they say, significantly reduce its refinery throughput to 120,000 barrels a day from 180,000 barrels a day. Let me repeat that for you, right? Trinidad and Tobago state-owned Petrotrin is blaming the U.S. shale gas revolution and lower crude prices at Cushing, Oklahoma for its decision to significantly reduce its refinery throughput. So they cut the amount of oil that they were refining at Petrotrin by 33.3%. This 2014. Petrotrin's President Khalid Hassan Ali told the Oil and Gas Journal that the decision, here it is, was an attempt to limit the company's losses, not profits, to limit the company's losses at its Point-a-Pear refinery and to avoid going out of business like two other Caribbean refineries. In case you went in your fridge, my friend from New Jersey, to get a red shandy, right? Or in case you missed what I just said because you had to take a call from your client, Karen Nunes Teixeira, because last week you was de facto defender, this week you is campaign manager. After I don't know if I had time this morning to talk that, but anyway, in case you missed it, let me read this for you again. Petrotrin President Khalid Hassan Ali told the Oil and Gas Journal that the decision was an attempt to limit the company's losses at its Point-a-Pear refinery and to avoid going out of business like two other Caribbean refineries. Why are you taking steps and actions to avoid going out of business if you're not facing the possibility of going out of business? Why are you trying to avoid the shutdown of a refinery if you're not facing that possibility? I just asking the question. Refineries in both Aruba and the U.S. Virgin Islands have been shuttered as Caribbean refineries are facing higher prices for crude on the international market than many U.S. refineries, which are benefiting from the continued bottleneck at Cushing. While the 30% reduction in refinery throughput is hurting the company's bottom line, not helping, hurting, personally insists that Petrotrin, an integrated company, is allowing its exploration and production arm to carry the ball for the time being. You hear that? The exploration and production arm, not the refining arm. The refining arm, which was the Point-A-Pierre refinery, was guzzling money, right? It was bringing the company to the point of collapse, so that they had to take stringent measures to avoid shutting down not just the refinery, but Petrotrin in 2014. But apparently 4 years later, you expected the situation to improve. And, right, Maro Bechan, Petrotrin's Vice President of Refining and Marketing, said there are significant challenges now facing the company's R&M business, refining and marketing. He explained that Petrotrin had imported 60% of the crude needed for the refinery feedstock, while 40% of the crude came from domestic production. Bechan explained that with global spare refinery capacity averaging nearly 20 million barrels per day of refined products in 2014, it puts a cap on margins. Here it is. He said it is your gross margins that affect your profitability, because it is from your gross margins that you find money for your operating costs, including utilities, inputs, labor, and so on. So they were losing money for every barrel of oil that they imported. Because for every barrel that they import, they pay an X price, but the amount of fuel that they were getting out of that barrel and what they were selling it for, they were losing money. Hence the reason the refinery was losing money. We go on. Bechan said the closure of refineries in the Caribbean was not necessarily a global trend, because there continues to be the construction of modern, efficient refineries. And he pointed out as an example Saudi Arabia. He said the shale development is happening against the backdrop of the U.S. not being able to export its crude, but being able to export refined products. And Bechan argued that this meant that U.S. oil producers can largely only transport crude to refineries in the U.S. Goes on to say, Petrotrin has reduced its sales of refined product to the East Coast market, instead concentrating on its premium markets in the Caribbean. Hassanali said the solution was more domestic crude production, which will reduce the refinery's reliance on higher priced oil. But notwithstanding that fact, rather than improve and put things in place to increase drilling, they cut back on drilling. Yes, cut back on drilling. So how the hell you expect to find new wells if you cut back on drilling? Abracadabra. Yes? So Kamala gets up one morning and she goes out in her backyard. She take out the pruning shears and she cut a piece of branch and she get a divining rod, you know? And then she go down to one of the fields and she walking around with it. So, hey, look right here, Olia. Look, oil here, oil here. Oil, stick a pipe there. Let me go again. Hey, oil here. Stick a pipe here too. Yeah? Because, you know, they were about laying pipe. She was about pipe, and more pipe. So she got me the divining rod and she walking around the Petrotrin. Hey, it have oil here too, boy. Stick a pipe here. Right? And you just put a cap and then you open it so, bring a barrel, bring a hose. Yeah, we screw it on. While you have a barrel, then bring barrel, come now, man. Come. And you stick the hose in the barrel, you turn on the pipe and you fill it. And when that barrel full, move it to the next one. That's how it is working. That's how it's working. Well, you want magic. Hydraulic is a magician. And so, while you're cussing the government now, oh, they're too wicked and they're too... Bruce, yesterday I going through Facebook and I see an ad came up, right, from Trinidad Carnival Diary. It says, tribe sold out. So I sent a message to my friend who I know this play master tribe. I say, hey, what's it cost our costume and tribe this year? She said, between 6,500 and 7,000. I say, you're playing? She said, well, you're asking answers. She playing, her husband playing, and her 18-year-old son playing master the first time. So that household alone, $21,000. That's just for master 2 days, eh? She like her all-inclusive fed. Right? So she done tell me, make sure you get my tickets for CIC all-inclusive, VIP to boot. The last time CIC had the all-inclusive fete in 2020, VIP tickets was $1,500 apiece. So assuming they keep the price the same, that's another $3,000. And she liked her fete. And she liked all-inclusive fete. So that's just one of several. Yeah? But we suffering.
Of course we suffering.
We suffering. Yeah, man. Can't get up. They had to put on additional ceilings, additional flights for Tobago Carnival. We suffering. Hey, probably go kill we. I could only buy half a blue band now. And just now they gotta start selling a quarter blue band in the grocery. I heard Dr. Hart saying Saturday morning on a program on another station there. She was by a shop the other day and she see people coming in to buy one Pampers. They can't afford to buy the whole thing again. It's 2 Pampers at a time. Right.
People always have always been buying Pampers like that.
Always. As a matter of fact, I think it's Huggies or Cheekies or one of them selling a 3-pack in the grocery since 2016. Well, my godson, I know his mother used to be buying that film. Since 2016, eh? Right, but anyway, but apparently that's a new phenomenon. Yeah, people, we suffering. No, I'm not saying that they don't have people who feeling it in the roads. I'm not saying that. And I want to commend the maxi taxi drivers in Tobago who have indicated that they intend to hold their hand with respect to increasing the price of fuel. Not fuel, sorry, the transportation costs. But then again, I would expect that from them because remember, Farley gave a whole set of them $25,000 and $30,000 the other day. You know, all who had it hard during COVID and who maxi was down, so they could fix up their maxis and so on to get back on the road. So the THE was very generous. They all come for check, 25, 30 grand. Just so. The benevolence of the great THE secretary. I met him last night. He was at the ship too. Yeah, impeccably dressed. I don't think Watson buy that suit though. Yeah, but yeah, he seemed like a cool fella. But I was able to, I didn't support myself, Bruce. As tempted as I was to ask him a few questions, I said time and place. Time and place. And that wasn't the time and place. Yeah. So.
Oh, good.
But a boy like he get experience, he know how to walk the floor, eh? Yeah, like he was there by himself, but he know how to walk this one, make a partner. I was told he attends these social events quite regularly. He gets a lot of invitations, so he's quite familiar with the diplomatic corps. He's comfortable, he's in his element. Yeah? All right. Morning to Chief Sec, Pali, Augustine. But don't feel because I meet you last night, me never let up on here, pal. Yeah. Time and place. All right? Mr. God, open the line. I see 737.
Guys, you can call us up at 342-0081 and 466-5391. And kids, remember, at the top of the hour when we come back from the break, we will be giving away a gift in our 91 days to Christmas.
Hey, we gifted today? Very nice.
Yes, we gifted today. Right, so let's see who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, Bruce.
Morning, Jen.
Hi, morning, Dominic.
Morning, Jen.
Morning to all the callers and listeners on 91.9. So much to mention. And only have it big out there with the callers and them and the silent listeners. Morning to you all. There's enough information and according to some evidence that Kamala Prasad-Bissessar is a liar, that she corrupt, and that she has some kind of problem with some certain substance. Pandey said Jack, Verna, Roger, Abdullah, even McCandle, Dagger. So we can't get away from that. It is, the information is out there and them say they have evidence for the facts, some of them. So that make her, to me, not credible to speak on any matter in this country about anything. I want Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, when she's talking, whenever she gets the opportunity to bring back these monies to us. The 400 million payment that was made in advance to Mamu of SIS for the Beetham wastewater project that we never get. Bring back that money. That could help, we all know. The $40,000 given to a pundit and the wives that travel first class to India, bring back that money. The $860,000 for Vidwati, your sister, to be going on state visit with you when you say that you needed somebody to see about your personal affairs. Me and know a personal with a woman that she had to have a next woman to see about, but we want back that too. The $300,000 for the roti in the Prime Minister residence, we want back that. The 6 million for the helicopter ride they used to take when they could have been staying in the Prime Minister residence and your office is just a couple of minutes away. But you have to be riding in helicopter. Me, you know, if that's why you build a heliport on your house up the Pink Palace. We won back with $6 million. The $6.1 million for the fire truck that went down a precipice, that's all they say take that to take out. But when people do the estimate, it's about a couple $100,000. The $16 billion that's all it takes from the National Gas Company, we won back that too. The $6.85 billion that's all it spent between 2010 and 15 in the AG's office, we won back all that too. Between the Ministry of Justice, what we get Section 34 in the middle of the night, that we had to march in this country, the largest march ever led by opposition leader, to change that because all they make a law to free all their friends and financiers from the UNC. We won back all them billions of dollars, all they spent on Attorney General office. So for that ministry, Legal Affairs Ministry, the debt all they leave behind in the Ministry of Attorney General that amount to $137,128,742.16. We won back that too. And the whole expenditure of the UNC government in legal fees that amounted to $1.6 billion approximately, we won back that too. Until they can start to bring back their money, bring back Mamu, let this contract that you have, that you remove the clause that this government is bounded and taxpayers to be paying a contractor millions of dollars every month until 2030. And if you default on a payment, you have to pay all one time, which is billions. Unless you can bring back them thing with Kamla Pasal Bisesa, I don't want to hear you. I don't know about nobody else. You're not credible to me. As Julia David says, it's a bad woman based on the information we have and some evidence people have, and you're no good for this country. You need to immediately remove yourself from politics. Let somebody else lead the UNC and go in the Pink Palace that Mr. Mann and God rest his soul. What I say, you couldn't build all the time, and as soon as they become Prime Minister in this country, build and finish. Contractor remove the sign from the trucks and them, so we ain't gonna know who it is. Was it SIS? I don't know. And build your house. Go back in the house and live there and stand up on a helipad and watch helicopters on it passing in there. You're not good for this country. Thank you all so much and have a blessed one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. And I would add to that list the 53 million that we spend in rent for the building, the imaginary building in Barataria. You over that. The 88 million you spend on that fence up by the prison in Kulan Grove there. That only protecting what is this Bacano, TTE, Shining Bush, yeah? Well, let Chabasias loose inside it. You like yourself. Yeah? That 88 million only pay for that fence, that eater food fence. We were back that. The 120 million only spent to outfit one Woodbrook, one Alexandra place, and never use it. Not as public servants step foot inside there in 5 years, 3 months, and 14 days. We were back that too. The 5 million only spent on rent by empty building. Same building, we won back that too. Right? And the 43 million only spent in rent. That's all they complaining about money Paris get. But just remember, Paris had to pay tax on that money, so it got part of it coming back into the treasury. But the 43 million only spent on rent and never use the building, we were back that too. All right, go ahead, Bruce.
Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Bruce.
Morning.
Good morning, Dominic.
Morning, Brian.
Good morning to you listeners and callers of 91.9. Bruce and Dominic, the problems with Petrotrans started very early in the period between 2010 and 2015. I can tell you why. At that time, when they recognized that they were having problems with money, they hired Shell Global. That was around 2011, 2012, around there. And we were divided into various teams to find out. Shell Global was brought in to discern a way to make money out of the refinery that was in the fourth quartile. When I say the fourth quartile, your grade refineries. The best refineries are in the first quartile. We were in the bottom part of the fourth quartile. I was a member of that team because we were in the operation support team, right? And we were being lectured on how to extract more yields out of the oil in order to increase monies for the refinery and the company as a whole. Shell Global charged us $22 million. I don't know if it's TT or US, I do not know, or pounds, I don't know that part. That was beyond my grade. But I knew it was about $22 million that they charged for us to find ways to make the refinery be more profitable. They knew, the UNC, the partnership at that time knew that there was a problem. But you know what they did still? Even then, they gave themselves increase in pay. The upper echelons of Hassan Ali went up from $125,000 to $175,000 a month. And the VPs went from about $85 to $89 to $125,000 a month. And they paid themselves back pay. That is what they did. So the the partnership would have known. I don't know if Prasad Bisesa would have known. I don't know. But they who were there in dealing with the refinery knew. They knew there was a problem. And that's why Shell Global had told them, listen, your manpower is too heavy for the refinery. To run the refinery at 140,000 to 160,000 barrels a day, you're not going to be making any money. Because the yields were not good enough for that quantum of oil, and we had to be purchasing the foreign oil because the local oil could not make up enough to keep the refinery running every day. There was a problem, but they kept it on the down low. They didn't say anything to anybody. They made it look as though everything was okay. So to come now and say how she could launch an investigation, and Mr. Jones had to, before he died, God rest soul, had to answer questions and all that crap. They knew, but they didn't say anything at the time. So what they did, they hid it in the books. You understand? To make it look as though the company was making a profit because they amalgamated what was happening down in the fields. And that is why the Prime Minister of today can simply say, listen, the Petrotrain Holdings is now making money. And on top of that, they knew we had an $850 million US loan one-time payment coming up in a few years' time. They knew. So they kicked the can down the road and said, you see me? Let somebody else handle that. They knew it was coming up. So when the PNM got back into power, with all the bills they had to pay, and on top of that, the $6 billion they had to pay to public servants. You understand? They had to find that money because remember there was no money in the treasury. Because Joanna Rambaran sat there and watched the money dwindle and said absolutely nothing until the new finance minister got into office around the 9th of September 2015. They knew. You understand? So they drained the treasury. They drained wherever they could have gotten money from and left it so for whoever come in behind the face. I keep telling people, if it was an experienced set of people coming into government, we would have been in the throes of the IMF. And people have to understand that. Don't be fooled by what they're saying right now. They're hiding things. They hid it then, and they're hiding it now. If Prasad Bisesa, at age 59, 60 as Prime Minister, a newly minted Prime Minister, was taking 5 days off for a week, at age 73, what's she going to do now? Well, she could be 75 by the time 2025 come around. What do you think she going to do? You think she seen someone to run walk already? No. What do you think she's going to do in 2025, 2026, 2027? It could be any better? Who fooling who? And that is the problem. People, be careful who are you voting for, and don't listen to the shenanigans of these people that coming now to say, hey, we going to make things all right. and Rowley this and Rowley that and Rowley this. Where was the sheriff for all these years when things was going bad between 2010 and 2015? Not a word. But that's another story for another day. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
And she reversing, she aging in reverse by. Come 2025, she'll be sprightly, she firing on all pistons.
Caller, good morning.
Dominique and Bruce, good morning. Dominique.
Morning.
Hi, morning.
What's going on with you?
I am good.
Dominique, I see you all starring again.
Who's that?
Sandy Grande. Dominique.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
want to ask a question this morning. Sandy Regional Corporation. You know it, right? You hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
Dominique, you there with me?
Yeah.
The CEO of Sandy Grande Regional Corporation, Madam, what is taking place in Sandy Grande Regional Corporation? I saw on the news last night, Dominique and Bruce, minutes missing. Right? You hear me right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Minutes missing. Madam CEO, I want to ask you a question this morning. The health supervisor, right, from the suspect section, the Montepay person, 2 years, Madam CEO, he's working from home. Madam CEO, and getting traveling, Madam CEO, what is taking place in Grande Corporation, Madam CEO? And you all have young OGT who now working there lying. Madam CEO, does your son-in-law come out to work? Madam CEO, I think local government minister, good morning to you, sir. I think you need to pay Sandy Grande Regional Corporation a visit. Don't let them know when you're going. Madam CEO, the petticoat is showing over your face. I don't know what is taking place up there, Madam CEO. Madam CEO, Bruce and Dominique. So every Monday now, the number is full. Dominique?
Yes, ma'am.
The number is for every Monday. Week before Monday was 4 in Pennywise in San Fernando. And
Right.
yesterday was another 4. That, 4 is what, dead man in play with, right?
Yes.
I gone. Have a good one.
I think we could take another one. Caller, good morning.
Bruce, Dominic, Sharon.
Morning.
Morning. Bruce,
Oui.
I just want to ask a question. I'm not throwing a exclusion, I'm asking a question. Based on what it is Dominic mentioned concerning the age, I've noticed something there, especially in the speech that the lady gave recently, when she said custom and exercise. That was the most blow-mind one for me. And she had a myriad of issues and mistakes. I'm just asking, based on how she is moving, do you think, Madam Opposition Leader, can you tell the citizenry if you are suffering from the onsets of Parkinson's? Because we need to know if it is we're going to vote you or not. We need to know if you have health issues. You always want to know what's going wrong with Dr. Rowley. We need to know what is going on with you, because the behavior and the movements suggest that you are. Dominic, you know anything about how people move when it is they have Parkinson's?
Yes, sir.
Brucey answered?
Yes, he said yes.
Right. Does he think that those behavior patterns are attributed to the opposition leader? Or if there's something else that flies in the sky? I don't know, I'm just asking questions. But nevertheless, based on what it is he exposed again, this whole issue with the art exhibition, but they said who it is had it on the news. On the 7 o'clock news over the weekend, they had who had this exhibition. So I understand that she don't listen to the news, and she advised her people not to listen to the news, especially anytime they see Dr. Rowley's face on it. Don't listen. And I want to say again, that sort of mindset is attributed to people who are running a cult. Go and look it up. Don't take any information except from me. That's the behavior pattern of a cult. People, all you realize what they're really doing in this country? And Dominic, go and look at the minutes from the select committee, right? The joint select committee over in 2013, 2012, and 2014 on Petrotrin. And you would see that even the then Minister of Energy had no control because they attacked him when he asked a question. So they knew what was going on. And especially for this gentleman here who's in the parliament presently, to pretend that he doesn't know anything when he was on the Joint Select Committee. And he knows himself, I know how to call name, but he knows himself. He is now in the parliament and he's pretending like he doesn't know anything when he was one of the members in the JSC. So Dominic, I wanted to go and check out that, and they would see who was there, and you could let the people know what took place in the meetings.
Right.
People, or they could look for themselves too. Have a nice day.
Thank you. So we just have a few seconds before we go to the break. So we're going to do that, and we will be right back. Remember, when we return, we'll be opening up the lines so that we can give away a gift to a child in our 91 Days to Christmas promotion. So guys, keep it locked to the Street 919 FM. We'll be right back.
You got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the Street 919 FM.
We are the Street. 919 FM. The only radio station bringing perfect balance between entertainment and talk. Updating you with current affairs and social issues.
So what, we should just sit down and take the foolishness that's being meted out because of you feel that all you're real bad?
Right? Unlike his situation that I don't even want to go back and bring up and highlight.
You don't have a good record where that is concerned?
Having you in the loop with trends and entertainment. Providing music that lives on.
Darling, I feel the disco.
And spiritual food for the body, mind, and soul.
Satan soul face. Not taking that.
The Street 919 FM.
The legendary Desperados Steel Orchestra presents their fundraising 5K run and walk on Sunday, October 16th, beginning and ending at the Pan Theatre, corner Tragarete Road and Victoria Avenue in Port of Spain. Be treated with breakfast on the morning and a steel band clash afterwards, featuring First Citizens, Supernovas, Shell Invaders, and the legends themselves, Desperados Steel Orchestra. Register now for only $125 at bafasports.com/Despers5K or call 283-1365. Breakfast tickets cost only $200 and will be available at the Pan Theatre. It's Desperado Steel Orchestra's fundraising 5K and walk, breakfast and pan jam on Sunday, October 16th. Come and show your love.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes. 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the Street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
The murder toll continues to rise. The nation is in mourning tonight.
3 people have been found dead.
A soldier was shot dead.
A quadruple murder in Beverly Hills, Laventille.
Where are we right now?
We say bring back love.
Bring back how we end up here today.
Bring back PP.
Bring back peace. Be your brother's keeper. We say bring back
back peace on the street.
I want peace. I want peace. Bring back the peace on the street.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love, no greater time for peace.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylus Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for two at Ateliers Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Cracknesh Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylus Furniture, for the style in you.
91.9 Bago Bashment presents on board the Embassy Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Week. Tobago Carnival Boat Ride Weekend. Boarding at the Pigeon Point Jetty. Kicking things off from the 24th to the 30th of October. Walk with your food and coolers. Come experience October 24th. Pan on the boat. October 25th. ISO on the boat. October 26th. Chutney on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. The party continues October 27th. Water on the boat. October 28th. Power Soaker. October 29th. Groovy on the boat. October 30th. Juve on the boat. Tickets are $200. Available at islandetickets.com or 91.9 FM Tobago. For tickets, call 814723-363-4030 or 368-1932 or check us out on Facebook at Embassy Cruises for bookings or email at embassycruises@gmail.com. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend. Tobago Carnival Ride Weekend.
Hi, Trinidad and Tobago. This is yours truly, Pastor Charles, streaming live from Port of Spain, Trinidad, Marvel Road, 91.9. Our services start from, 12 midnight to 5 a.m. in the morning from the first, the second, and last Wednesday of the month. We are going to have a T-R-M-E time in the presence of God. We will be praying, praise God, for our nation. We'll be praying for families. We'll be praying for those that are sick and those that are in need. Tune in to the best station, 91.9 FM Street Live, Port of Spain, Maribel.
If you're experiencing pain, constipation, headaches, poor blood circulation, high or low blood pressure, diabetes, cancer, swollen or darkened feet, come visit us at Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. We at Health and Wealth Lifestyle offer a wide range of services. Come and experience our new 3D analyzer, which allows you to have a look inside your body. We also provide live blood analysis, iridology, ionic foot detox with foot soak and foot massage, aquatherapy, full body massage, and organic supplements on sale such as Nano Silver, Nano Zinc, Body Light, cold pressed sesame oil, and more. Health and Wealth Lifestyle, located at number 73 Eastern Main Road, Barataria, opposite Eastern Credit Union. For more information, call 275-8359 or 288-1108. Join Nicole Huggins for Health and Wealth Lifestyle Tuesday morning from 11:05 to 12 noon. Right here on the street 919 FM.
The steel pan, the only musical instrument invented in the 20th century, is a reflection of the perseverance and innovativeness of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, which have always been central to our development as a nation. And the steel pan story epitomizes this, carved out of life and struggle and determination, rising out of the spirit of the African drum. The steel pan stands today as evidence of innovativeness, creativity, and passion for life integral to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is Kwesi Paul. Join me each and every Sunday from 9 p.m. to 12 midnight on the street, 91.9 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m., to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com.
Looking for a safe and relaxed professional massage therapist and nutritionist? Look no further. Nature's Touch with Empress Judy and Associates offers a natural approach to better health. Treat yourself to a professional massage therapy and nutrition advice in a safe and relaxed atmosphere. Rejuvenate your body, mind, and soul at Nature's Touch Therapy. For an appointment, please call or WhatsApp 1-868-398-8282. or visit our Facebook page. Remember, your health is our responsibility at Nature's Touch.
Good, that boat ride looking like it real bad.
Are you ready for that boat experience again? The Sea Champion and the Embassy say, book with us for that unforgettable boat ride experience. Sea Champion leaving from King's Wharf, San Fernando, and the Embassy leaving from Breakfast Shed, Port of Spain, or Westside Trinidad. For more information, call 399-5959, 281-4723, or email us at coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Book now and reserve your cruise.
Hey, that boat ride look like it does well.
Share the live. Share the live. The Street 919 FM on Facebook and Instagram. Share the live. Iowa George on Instagram. Share the live. Iowa TV and Street TV on YouTube. Share the live. The Street 919 FM.
So welcome back on the inside. Just a bit of information for you. The Street 909 FM has embarked on a peace treaty as we aim to bring back peace, love and unity to the streets of Trinidad and Tobago. Remember, there is no life in war, there is life only in peace. The peace treaty on 919 FM. Bring back peace on the street. It's a brand new Christmas on the Street 919 FM as we count down 91 days to Christmas. We'll be giving away 91 prizes to 91 children. But that's not all. Keeping in the Christmas spirit, we have many more surprises in store for you. So keep it locked to the Street 919 FM because it's a brand new Christmas. Embassy is coming to Tobago Carnival from the 21st to the 31st of October 2022. Pickup points are Bonaccord Lagoon, Private Jetty Crown Point. Packages include captain, cleaning crew, sound system, one DJ, and security. So book with us. For more information, contact 281-4723 or 363-4030 or 324-4227. Embassy for bookings on Facebook or email us at embassycruises@gmail.com. Yes, people, it's that time again where we head back to school. It's a massive back-to-school sale now on at Charon's One-Stop Bookstore. Get all your kindergarten, primary, secondary, and tertiary education textbooks and stationery, both boys and girls. We carry a wide range of school uniforms, including shirts, pants, overalls, belts, ties, socks, and more. Bring your list and our friendly staff will assist you. For all your back-to-school needs, visit Charon's One-Stop Bookstore located at Eastern Main Road, Sawa, Eastern Main Road, Tunapuna, and 2 locations, level 1 and 2, Trin City Mall, Trin City. Charon's One-Stop Bookstore has always been there for you. Call 663-1884 for more info or follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Reggae Rock Sundays featuring MC Duke and Selector Kachi presents to you Reggae Rock with a touch of everything on board the luxurious Embassy yacht, and it happens on October 8th. That's next week Saturday. That's this Saturday, October 8th. Yeah, hey. Boarding at 6 p.m., sailing at 7 at the Hyatt Waterfront in Port of Spain. Get your reggae groove on with top DJs, Selector Kachi, Selector Bruce Wayne, TC, and Heavy Duty. Early bird tickets cost, actually, we have no more early bird tickets. Tickets cost $175. So for tickets, you can call Selector Kachi at 777-7909 and MC Duke at 349-4121. Remember, it's Reggae Rock with a touch of everything. And it happens on Saturday, October 8th. No oversized coolers, no glass bottles allowed. Don't miss it. Champions, let's get ready to party in fine style aboard the Sea Champion. And yacht lovers, let's get ready to party on board the luxurious Embassy yacht. For more information, you can call us on 399-5959, 280-7512, or email coralvisiontt@gmail.com. Join Pastor Kelvin Harry and friends for the Way, the Truth, the Life radio program, Radio Ministry, a Church of Life ministry live on the Street 919 FM every Sunday from 6:05 p.m. to 7 p.m. For further information, you can contact 686-3845 or 349-5178 or 342-7303. Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life. The Health Store being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp us at 309-4697 or 620-9379. So guys, we are back, and before we go a step further, I would like you to clear up the lines for me. Let me see if let me get my pen. Nice. Right, so guys, I'm asking that you clear up the lines and allow for the kids to call now. My age group is from 4 to 12, right? It's our 91 days to Christmas promotion, right? So we are giving away a prize this morning, and tomorrow with Sharon I'll give away another. Yes, I can do that for this week. But the Titans will give away every Monday and Tuesday, but just for this week, I will do it Tuesday and Wednesday. So, my numbers are 342-0081 and 466-5391. And you know, I don't make it hard for the children at all. Once you call me, morning Uncle Bruce, morning Uncle Dominic, we're ready for action, right? So guys, call me up so that I can give away my first toy for the week. So let's see who is out there. Caller, good morning. Hey. Shy. All right. Let me see. Caller, good morning.
Brucey, morning. How are you doing, man?
Morning.
Well, Dominic, how you going? Sharon, Angie, everybody, good morning.
Only one thing before you go a step further.
Talk to me.
Right. Right now, I'm looking for a child to call me so I could give away a toy this morning quickly.
Sorry.
There's no problem. There's no problem.
That's fine.
All right.
That's fine.
No problem. All right, let me see. Caller, good morning.
Morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning, Uncle Bruce.
Good morning. And who am I speaking to this morning?
Tiana Thomas.
Tiana Thomas?
Yeah.
Hi, Tiana. How are you doing this morning? You all right?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yes.
How are you doing in school? You doing good in school?
Yeah, doing very good at school.
Very nice. And you're not giving mommy and daddy no trouble, right?
No.
I hope so, you know. So you're calling today for me to give you a toy for the Christmas. How old are you?
10 years old.
You're 10 years old? What school you go to?
St. Peter's RC.
Very nice. So, well, you getting your toy for sure, right, Tiana?
Yeah.
Right, nice. So, give me your name again, Tiana.
Tiana Thomas.
Tiana Thomas. Nice. Right, so Tiana, here what I will do. I took your number, so I'm going to call. I will call back mommy to get mommy's full name and everything, and your contact and everything. Right? And you have to keep listening to the radio, so we will let you know when mommy could come to collect your toy.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And you have a great day today, Tiana.
You too.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Nice.
St. Peter's RC, that's done by you?
Huh?
That's done by you, St. Peter's RC?
No, funny enough, we have a St. Peter's RC. Well, while she said that, my brain started. Oh gosh, we have a St. Peter's RC, so it had to be there. Right, so I will call Tiana's mommy in just a bit, right, and take the necessary information. So, right. So, guys, we open back up the lines to continue our discussions.
So, I don't know how you do it, but you see these night joints. I ain't able to know. On the table.
Dominic, I throw my whole candle in the fire Sunday into Monday, you know.
It's serious?
Sunday, I had to play in a band lunch. And I went and I played in the band lunch. I said, well, the band lunch might finish a little 1 o'clock. I should have watched the red flag when they tell me we start in 10.
We should have started in 10, the band lunch starts at 1.
Yeah, but it's Sunday.
And?
Boy, Dominic, when I see 3:30, I call the driver, I say, here, what's going on now? You pick me up about 4. We will drop my console, we'll drop it back home, and then I'll come straight to work. And that's exactly what I did. 4 o'clock, everything stopped.
Right.
Take up my console, drop it down the road, drop me back here. The whole of Monday, I in a mess. And I think this morning I still try it.
I said, that's how I went behind the eyes. I said, but Bruce going to break your neck.
Boy, my partner tell me, he say, you can't be doing that again, boy, you get old.
Bruce, I don't know what he was doing to look. Last night was French embassy. Tonight is German embassy. Tuesday night is Korean embassy. I'm not able.
Boy.
Mm-hmm.
And the vitamins don't work like they used to.
Yeah.
The vitamins don't work. The vitamins say, "Oh, you played hero." Well, we don't work like that no more. You know. What are you gonna do? And then I could say it now. I'm supposed to be in Tobago for the week before the carnival, straight into the carnival.
Right.
So I'm looking forward to that, as it is my first visit to Tobago. So I intend to enjoy my quote-unquote holidays.
Nice.
Yes. So
nice.
We see how that goes. So guys, I'll be in the lovely Isle of Tobago for about a week or so.
Really? Yeah. Just make sure when you go by Miss Crosby and Mr. Hatcher and it is Mount St. George. Yeah. Bring back Web, eh? Right. There's one thing, before you bow, Ronnie Jr. call us back up here. I just want to say this, right? We're friend from New Jersey, right? Okay. So, as I said, last week he was de facto defender. This week he is campaign manager. Eh? So, he tried to pull a fast one, clearly, because by putting out that video, all of a sudden, Karen Nunes, she gets some relevance. Eh? And of course, I think the close-off for nominations for the PNM internal elections is the 10th of this month. Oh. So you need to put out your feelers there to gauge how much support she has and whether or not she should put her head on the chopping block. All right. Well, apparently, her new name is Marie Antoinette because she's going to be beheaded. Come down from it. Don't take no chain up from Wall Street, Karen. Yeah. He say he's supporting you. Karen, don't do that. Don't do that. Patrick was a boy. You could do that. You can't do that.
That's a whole mad scene.
Exactly. Come now, man. Was it your wicked to do, Karen? Yeah. You chain up the woman. And she take that chain up?
Hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and sinker.
Wicked.
Say what, boy? She really gonna do that, boy?
Yeah, boy. She a belly. I'll give her that.
Guys, good luck. We open back up the lines to me. See who's out there. Caller, good morning.
Hey, morning, Bruce.
Morning.
You all listened to Karen on DV16 last night?
Nah, I didn't catch it.
I wasn't able to.
You see if I could pull it up on something and let's listen it. You know, when they have all the off time. But it was pathetic. And Bruce, as I said yesterday, Karen, don't come across to me that she's vying for leadership of the PNM. I said it yesterday and I'm going to say it again today. Her mission is like to smear campaign, to mash up Rowley, that kind of thing. Let people come down to Balize House and Rowley must go with PNM supporters to come down and make that thing. And, in other words, she wants what happened to Manning to happen to Rowley. That is how she looks at it. Because after listening to her, she didn't sound no difference from Andy Roberts on his programs. Saying some kind of thing. Even Disha, the presenter on the TV6 News, she was surprised. If you see the face impression of Disha when Karen started to prattle off and trip off like a mad woman. I mean, it was unfounded. I mean, she lacked in that when she presents herself on the television via the Skype. She lacked professionalism. Something wrong with her. She is not about leadership of the PNM, but she wants to see Rowley fall. Like, she have a vendetta, the kid back. Then again, the presenter and them, they don't ask the questions. Okay, if she wants to be prime minister, because to be the leader of the PNM, officially you're pushing to be prime minister of Trinidad and Tobago, she needs to clear the air on her husband's policy. Because she sat at the table, on the head of the table as the finance minister, and she would be privy to everything. She would have known. She knew that even though she do it, there's nothing in law that can prosecute her. So she took her money and to hell with policyholders. and thousands and thousands of policyholders. Luckily, the government had a plan. The PNM government had a plan. It started by Mr. Manning and executed by Dr. Rowley to save policyholders. Now she explained. She probably thinks that will just somehow go away. But Dominic, this guy, I think it's Rowley Jr., whoever this was talking about Petrotrin, what you forget to calculate into that is that they were losing so much money in the refinery that what the union president was doing, he was playing games with the people, telling the people that the refineries it was viable when they was playing with the figures. So although Petrotrin and drilling and thing was making money, the refinery was losing the money. But the refinery was losing the money to extent that it was draining Petrotrin's account. And the union keep telling us that, yeah, there's this one, and this one make that money, that one make that money. And while they sat as part of the people's partnership, and then when they realize the tutu, when it hit the fan, they pull out to try and propel themselves to look good because remember they were representing the workers. So they were sinking it and and up to now they keep misleading the people and telling us about 5,000 people have been sent home. But they're not telling us who's running the factory. I just had to ask them that. Is it ghosts running those factories? So the government would have, that's a part of how you reconstruct your business. You have to clear all your debts and start afresh. So the government absorbed that debt to the tune of billions of dollars. And now that we see it, Petrotrin is now making money, the government now can start getting money back from that to put back to what the money that they've invested back to bring it Petrotrin viable. And the union has to understand that and stop misleading the people now, man, because people end up better off. You have people who went home and get a set of money and come back out, and have a job, And then you have people who was close to retirement and had to wait 4 or 5 years again before they can retire, get their early retirement and get a full lump sum of money, So isn't that better for workers? But we don't hear from those workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Morning.
I just want to write to the last caller. He was so right about Karen Teixeira. When you watch Disha face, Disha is like, what this woman is talking? It was amazing. It's like she really just has a vendetta for Dr. Rowley. It has nothing to do with leadership. But even more than that, what she's hoping, or what the UNC is hoping, is that they would attack, that Dr. Rowley would attack Teixeira on the campaign trail so that they could go with the rhetoric of, you see how we abusive, how he is a cheat woman, that kind of thing. That is the ultimate goal, to make him look like he's abusive towards women. And that's one Dr. Rowley has to be careful about when she thinks, just ignore her, don't respond to anything she says. Have a good day.
Thank you. Caller, good morning.
Hi, morning, Bruce.
Yes, my brother.
Dominic. Yeah.
Morning.
What happened, I received a call and I just had the radio off for a little while, and then when it came back on, I just made the call. That's why I didn't.
Oh, no problem, man.
Yeah, man. Listen, I am so grateful for the information you all put out there this morning early. It was really, really, and Dominic, you do a great job, both of you. The combination and all that is coming out, is one that could really, could imagine in our country, as you invited the callers, I said, it came to mind, if a man, is, unfaithful to his wife, and his son found out, right? And then the son turned out to be doing the same. That man, as a father, can't go and tell his son anything about infidelity or how you could conduct your affairs. He wouldn't have what you call the moral authority. And I'm listening Kamala Prasad Disesa. And what a lot of people, the unions, people are ignoring is that when I listen from 2010 to 2015, when I listen to Mr. Stuart Young, and then Dominic this morning, when you outlined the debacles faced involving all our monies, and Kamala Prasad and they're still sitting there, without shame to come and tell the population about the poor when you spend so much money as you outlined, the 6-point-something million on a chopper ride, and then you're so disingenuous. You come to tell us about $59,000 was a blatant error. You know, I kept my phone open the other day after I put on $100 on one of the thing, and left the data thing open, and no time at all, the money gone.
Mm-hmm.
And Kamala didn't know fully well it could be a fair error by a minister, and that is the thing she used as corruption. $59,000, but you couldn't understand 6.1 million you spend for chopper rides, and people out there. And then, what is disgraceful? Ms. Eunice Fischera brought about things that she concerned about with the term Dr. Rowley used about the golf course. And I don't know if she ever played golf. I don't know if she went and see the golf course, go to Mocha and see how nice it is. So I don't know what it is they're criticizing for, but guys, I am just grateful that the information out there gives the UNC with one of their senators and the MP, a girl I'd like a lot, tall and nice, Kadisha Amin, and they're bringing you down, you're losing your appeal the way they have you talking nonsense. Only do some introspection and don't let Mr. Prasad Bissessa expose you all to saying things that making you all look foolish. The moral authority, you all don't have it. Go back and regroup. Change leadership. Jenny made the point this morning with her discourse. You all are not correct. You are not in line to tell us anything about the moral authority and how we govern and how we stand. I'll be able to sell. Good program, guys. Thanks a lot. I just put this piece in this point because a lot was said and a lot was so correct about the UNC and the shamelessness and not having the moral authority to tell us anything about the poor. All the best. Take care.
Come on. Caller, good morning.
Yes, good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. Morning, Bruce Wayne. Morning, Dominic.
Morning.
Let me say a splendiferous, fantabulous, tremendiferous, and marvelous good morning to the next political leader of the PNM, Mrs. Karen Nunes Teixeira. You know, when I hear the discussion with regards to what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago, I cringe. Because as you guys know, I am from Chumaka, Claventil, building one apartment, 2-1. And by the way, Dominic and Bruce, I just want to clear up something. I got a track scholarship to go to Seton Hall University from the United States of America. The government of Trinidad and Tobago never paid a penny for my scholarship, my track and field scholarship, to go to Seton Hall University. I just want to clear that up because I hear people calling and say, Wall Street get money from the government. Let me just clear that up. But Dominic and Bruce, someone's made this statement. We can no longer afford to go to the movies twice a week or 3 times a week. We may not be able to bake ham every month or make macaroni pie. That is the Minister of Public Utilities, Marvin Gonzalez, talking to people, right? Secondly, we have Mr. Shamfa Kojo saying, everybody wants everything, but willing to give up nothing. You want a good life now. We all want a good life now. But what kind of investment are we making for the younger ones? We sit here healthy and strong, looking good, well-fed, because somebody else had to sacrifice. Then, so we can have now. So then why is it so hard for us now to sacrifice children who are coming up? Mr. Shamfa Kojo, I want you to sacrifice your salary for 1 year. I want you to sacrifice your ministerial salary for 1 year. And finally, to the other person who wants people to go back to coal pot and ride a bicycle, right? I want him now to show the people for 1 month. I want him to use a coal pot in his house, and I want him to ride a bicycle to work for 1 month. You see, Bruce and Dominic, you guys didn't ask them that question. You guys will find ways how to defend them when they are messing up.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
What is wrong with a coal pot?
Coal pot? You want to take us back to the Stone Age, Bruce Wayne?
That is taking you back to the Stone Age.
In 2022?
Hold on.
Yes.
That is taking you back to the Stone Age, you say, you know?
Dinosaurical, yes, Stone Age.
The other day we making a hold on. The other day we making a cook and we use 3 stone. Let me hear you.
But did you use a coal pot?
We use 3 stone.
Did you use a coal pot?
I use 3 stone. A coal pot is better than 3 stone. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Don't come wrong me with that crap this morning. You see that? I tripping off on you this morning. Don't come wrong me with that shippiness this morning. Don't come wrong me with that nonsense. Only like to take people's words and twist it and turn it and do all kind of stupidness and then come on the radio to talk this other nonsense. And you educated? Really? Dominic, that wake me up there, you know.
I realize.
Me and my crew, we decided we doing a little cook the other day. It's 3 stone, Dominic, and there is a little pot on top of him with your 3 stone. What's wrong with a coal pot? People misunderstanding what is being said. And then they want to go to tongue on it. Miss me with that stupidness this morning. Don't come here with that nonsense. Not on this program, not on this station. Only miss me with them stupidness. All who don't know about sacrifice or pretending not to know about sacrifice, pretending not to understand what it is Ms. Shamfa said, well, that is all your damn business. If all you want to be so damn petty. I have a 12-year-old going to school right now. Right? And before, he's the only one going to school right now in my clan of 5. I had to buy books at one time for all 5. School clothes for all 5. And all I want to hear the salary I was working with. All I don't want to know what I was doing. It wasn't nothing illegal, I can tell you that much. But I had sacrifices to make as a father. So the minister says sacrifice, oh, well, sacrifice your salary. And all that. Come on, man. And it's not even me defending Miss Camphor either. I don't understand. Everybody want to get touchy quick. All of a sudden, we have no understanding. Dominic, is like you're arguing with a person and they're only hearing every other word. Every other word they hear, I don't know, to make the argument. When you say, boy, you can't do that, you know, because if you do that, it's so-and-so. Oh, what do you mean by so-and-so? They finished listening to the reason they ain't hearing nothing. All you miss me with that nonsense is dope. Nobody don't call back here and talk that shit and say, yeah, what I'm telling all here. Right. Caller, good morning.
Good morning to you, Bruce and Dominic.
Morning.
I tell all you, that man feel his breakfast. When you have your proper breakfast in the morning, do not allow he to come and make you feel like you want to bring it back up. I tell all you, let Wallali talking crap and just do like he didn't even see, didn't even call them. Because clearly he looking for attention, but he looking for it in the wrong direction. How about that?
Dominic, I start to get on by the little lady message wares. I did, Dominic, where you going?
Keep it down.
Oh, good. Hey, boy, I don't know now. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce.
Hey.
I just want to use your forum to tell the nutty professor I have a coal pot home. I just use that. I just use that almost every other Sunday or so. Bruce, I also have a barbecue pit, but a coal pot is the easiest thing to strike up, and you burn your chicken and burn your thing on it. Up to me, a coal pot, if anybody who knows and understands a coal pot and the use of a coal pot is a good item to have at home. Bruce, if you know sometimes you hire the 20-pound cylinder gas and thing, you know sometimes that does just burn out in you and done by your thing on the fire. You strike up your coal pot and you rest your thing on the fire there and your coal pot there and you finish off your pot, and then when you get a chance you go for your tank of gas. I mean, what is so thing about a coal pot? And then again, what the people is talking to you, they're not telling you go and do that. They're just talking to you, giving you ideas how you could cut back on certain things, because people tend to spend the money lavish, and when they end up in trouble, they come to the government because when you go when like so for instance, Dominic is in the field of that. You know, you go and you have financial conversation with people and telling them about taking out the insurance. The those institutions look at the debt service ratio, meaning that how much money you get, how much debts you have to pay. And basically to allow yourself to be in a certain category to get a loan, you need to manage that. Otherwise you just spend out as well your money get, and the more money you get, and that happens to a lot of the public servants, the more money they get, the more money they spend. And when they finish their 33 and a third in the government service, they really do have a savings. And hence the reason why insurance and Dominic, government have about 2 or 3 whole programs on that and explaining to people and how to be conservative and spend your money, especially in this global time in the world, because if you leave Trinidad and migrate to any other country, you're meeting the same situation.
Yeah.
So I don't know what is so thing about they making this big thing. Anyhow, that is all the opposition and them have the ammunition they have. You notice he never touched on Karen's conduct last night. Karen's conduct was very, very, very,
He
very
probably don't himself have
unprofessional.
a clue what went on last night.
Nah, he don't have a clue. Somebody needs to send him that clip and see how the presenters had it. Well, like wanting everybody on the trip. I don't know what to do. What is someone talking about? You know? Anyhow, the naughty professor, you fail again with your contribution. Later.
Yeah, man. Never see more. Caller, good morning.
Hey, Bruce and Dominic.
Morning.
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 So glad I get you. If that fella come back, you can folly and say them as transformational leaders. Eh? He's really a professor, right? Every day you're on the radio thinking. When you get chance to teach your students to them. Eh? Come on, man. Bruce and Dominic, you know it have a mayor who was a former LP at Shogunas use a statement which part they're using bike and Shogunas for less traffic. How come nobody ain't say nothing but that? Eh? How come nobody ain't say that about the mayor in Shogunas talking about bicycle using for less traffic? But they could pick up a Scotland with bicycle. In this damn time, it's easier to go away. In America, you rent a bike, and when you finish using it, you come back and you park it. It's all over the world using bicycle to think traffic and economize on gas. So I don't know what's wrong. But people, Dr. Oli is the best thing right now for Trinidad and Tobago. He has brought back Trinidad back to the level we was, which part when he was outside, he didn't want to hear Trinidad name mentioned because under the People Partnership was very corrupted. People used to ask, what is really going on in Trinidad? And we are glad that Dr. Oli put our country back on the map, that we could say is a Trinidadian again on the outer world. And he is the man that keep us going in that direction, because we cannot go back, because that will lead us to the IMF, and people who working in the public service will lose their job, because the IMF will come in and tell you what you have to cut back and what you cannot come back. And also Sandy Grande Corporation, they better be aware that last time when the UNC went the corporation, they stopped everybody from selling on the road. When Mr. Rondon was there, he used to allow them like a Saturday to close the street and sell. So know what you're voting for, people. Okay. You all have a good day.
Yeah, man. Caller, good morning.
Uncle Bruce, me here.
Hey, morning, my brother. Morning.
Right. Uncle Dominic, I know you was in any corner. I was in a barbecue and a hot dog because Sister Jenny said all that I wanted to see, where Miss Bissessa is concerned. Is one thing I would add to that. The alcohol that was found in the diplomatic center after she left our office, I believe that was only half. We want back the money for the next half, because she wouldn't just leave that there like that. So that is one of the things. And the plane that she chartered to go to Brazil with her Spider-Man grandson to watch Brazil playing the World Cup match. And it's the first time in history that Brazil lost a match on their home ground, a World Cup match. You know, so we want back that money. So let's keep talking about Shamfa. And to Begonians, I want you all to understand what is going on. That Dr. Rowley and all the Begonians is a problem with those people. So you all watch and understand what is going on. She on Shamfa back for 59,000 or whatever. But she spent millions. Heliport, this, that, all sorts of something. Build a house for one here in Tobago, and he say is some vegetables he sell to build it and all these nonsense. So you all watch out and see what is happening with you all, you know. Mr. Canal Street, Wall Street. Let me tell you something. You, as plenty people have said, you have not paid 1 cent taxes in Trinidad and Tobago, but you want Dr. Rowley back. Let me tell you all something. You, especially Mr. Wall Street, I want you to come home in 2024 so you have enough time to campaign to be the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago. You come right home in Trinidad that you never pay taxes, but come home and register and form a party, and you and the same Tishera that you're backing up now, you all join together and vote out Dr. Rowley. Go right ahead. We're waiting for you all. Rubbish you all always coming with. Talking nonsense all the time. And let me leave it there, but before I leave, I must say this to Uncle Boosie. Uncle Boosie, welcome to Tobago. I must see you. If I had to come and see you, I must come and see who you are. And Uncle Dominic didn't tell you all, you know. He called Miss Crosby, he called Monk St. George, and Mr. Archer. But you know, he didn't tell you about the future bride, Tobago West. That is the main post you're supposed to see. Who is his future bride? I'm going with that one. Uncle Dominic. All right.
Yeah, man. Oh gosh, guys, I have a new tune to play too today. All kind of thing, and throw off my whole damn morning this trippiness. Yeah, the boss have a new tune. I ready to bust the tune, all kind of thing.
Was that Iwer?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought it was Bongo.
No. Bongo tell me in studio weekend thing.
Right.
That coming.
I'm still waiting for him to top me eating nothing that's smelling so.
Oh gosh. Boy, but guys, we have I had to play it now before I continue anything. If I play it now, I ain't gonna feel good. Yeah, I had to play it now. So brand new Iwer George, and this is one of many to come. Just remember I say so. One of many to come. Brand new Iwer George. Jump up now.
Well, I don't discard it. Whoa, aye. Well, I want to see everybody mad in the face. Okay, jump up now. Jump up now. Pull it. And
So many people on them feds.
well.
Wall Street, jump up now. Jump up.
I don't discard it. Whoa, aye. Well, I want to see everybody mad in the face. Okay, jump up now. Jump up now. Jump up now. Jump up now. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up. Jump up now. Aye. Fed up. And not seeing all the people them jumping up. Jumping up. You should be real. Fed up. If all your friends and them they just standing up. Yeah, well. Like all you want to go back inside. No. I want to see everybody. yourself. Like all you want to go back inside. No. Well, I want to see every hand in the air. Act like if all you belong out there.
Brand new music from the band himself, Mr. Iwer George. Let's jump up now. All again on so. Right, so I said no, you want a little jump up. Yeah, that's what we talking about. I said no, you want a little jump up. Yeah, once you jump up a little bit, jump up. I think it go help you a little bit. The brain cells on them, you know, like they ain't working too good for you. Take a jump.
Yeah.
Take a jump. Don't study it. We ain't vexed with you. Just take a jump. We go live with that. Good, yes, this hour of the morning. Caller, good morning.
Hello, Dora. Morning, my honey punch.
Morning, darling.
So, my car, Roxana, boy, we fed up here. You look like working on that blast and say, Roxana. Shops. Oh, God, man. Love you, Boosie. Mr. Dominic, good morning. Mr. Dominic, good morning. Hey, don't answer me too.
Hey,
I'm not to come for you, no?
He answer me again. Yeah.
Boosie, darling.
Oi.
Love you, darling.
Love you too, darling. Caller, good morning.
Oh my, you got Batman, I stressed out. I jumping up.
Now we talking about.
Since 6 o'clock, I am listening. For the middle of it, like I was this morning. Batman and Robin. Hey, Robin, I was going through my son's documents and I see a card from your boy, your real big boy, all them things behind your name. Robin, you in there?
Yeah, you're loud and clear.
I'm happy to know you. Don't mind us empty for your brain clicking in or clicking. I want to get in your shoes.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, Brucey boy. Brucey, I have to wait until June to come in long circular.
Nah, man, I might do something before, but I just announced that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I anxious, you know.
Yeah.
I'm a pussy waiting.
Yeah, man.
Brucey, you remember me?
Of course I remember you.
When my two sisters and 4 of us came and we had a nice
I'm not going to say that, all you had a ball.
Yes, boy. Yes. God bless everyone. I won't keep up with the time because I know today was a hectic day.
Yes.
I'm going to leave room for other people.
No problem, darling.
God bless
care.
everyone. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And you have a great day. Caller, good morning.
Hello, morning, Bruce.
Morning.
How are you doing, Dominic?
You have about a minute, partner?
Oh, yeah, that's I just called to say that the professor, something really wrong with you. I just always try to understand his thoughts and what he's thinking because he sounds so stupid. Tell me he's a PNM and condemning PNM right? And before the minute go, I just want to say something. You remember Malcolm Jones? Remember Malcolm Jones, the money that was calling about he was looking for 70-something thousand a month? You remember the UNC? And when it comes to Mr. Hassan Ali, what was he pay? And he paid Richard 100 and something thousand. Did you hear them make any noise? You see the hypocrisy of Trinidad and especially the UNC? I wanted to get that in the mix.
Yeah, man.
Okay, you
have a blessed one.
Sean, let me make a cook now, boy. This hour.
So, guys, that is basically all the time we have for today. To Tiana's mommy, I'll call you in just a bit. Mommy or daddy, whoever she's with at this point, I will call you in a bit and take some information from you. So, look out for that call. So, guys, out of time, never out of things to say. Dominic?
Yes, sir. Just calling on the leader of the opposition. Since she want the government to withdraw their budget, you need to withdraw that press release you put out yesterday, right? That exposes you as being an inveterate liar, right? Because we know if there's one person familiar with Angostura, is you, right? Don't play that.
Guys, we out of here. Dominic, as we say,
Ciao.
Talk to you guys tomorrow, please, God.
You've got bills to pay, and so do we. Let's go pay some bills on the street 919 FM.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Tune in to the Street 919 FM every Thursday from 10:05 a.m. to 10:20 a.m. for the program Straight and Narrow, The Way of Life, The Health Store, being brought to you by Mrs. Arlene Collins Mohammed. For more information, check us out on Facebook or Instagram at Straight and Narrow, or visit our website at www.opulence.com/Arlene for Life. You can also call or WhatsApp at 309-4697 or 620-9379.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the Street, 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
Want to furnish your home in style? Stylish Furniture makes this possible. Shop using our affordable layaway options to purchase any of our modern sectionals, dining, living room, or bedroom sets, and receive a dinner voucher for two at Atelier's Restaurant and Lounge. For further information, contact us at 652-2542, 652-2688, and 790-1202. You can also visit any of our branches located at 101 Crackness Village, Princestown, and 51 Rushwood Street in San Fernando. Stylish Furniture, for the style in you.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Guayco in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. All Night Prayer Live, designed with you in mind. This program deals with today's issues from a biblical perspective. You will also be given the opportunity to call in and interact with us. Micah 6:8 says, He hath showed thee, O man, what is good, and what doeth the Lord require of thee, but to do justly and to love mercy and walk humbly with thy God. Your financial support through the First Citizens Bank will be greatly appreciated. Account number 795222. For further information, call 753-1113 or email us at church668hope@gmail.com. We now take you to our live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly.
What can we say but that we love you? Lord, we love you. From the bottom of our heart, from the depths of our soul, Lord, we love you. All the ladies say we love you. Lord, we love you. Lord, we love you. Lord, with outstretched hands and open hearts we sing. Lord, we love you. All the men sing, Lord, we praise you. Men sing, Lord, we praise you. All the men sing it tonight. Lord, we praise you. We're not ashamed to praise you. Lord, we praise you. Lord, make us the men you have us to be. Lord, we praise you. Lord, the men praise you here tonight. Lord, we praise you. Lord, we praise you.
A beautiful worship this morning as we praise him, as we worship him, as we adore him, as we thank him for allowing us to see another day. Brother Alvin Soto on the back here, coming to you God's morning to God's people. What a beautiful day, the day the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, this morning, normally every morning, every Tuesday morning, it's the police forum. I mean, the law and you. So, without any further ado, let's do the birthdays whilst we wait for the officer to come in. And then we're going to come right back. So, let me say God's morning to Sister Priscilla, my daughter Priscilla.
This morning to Pastor Johnson and also to my dear Sister Agnes Johnson. God's morning to you. God's morning to those on the panel. And God's morning to our dear radio listeners and covenant partner. Amen.
All right. How are you doing today? You're well in Jesus' name. You better.
Yes, Pastor, I'm well and I'm alive in Jesus' name.
All right. So let's do birthdays because of time. Thank you.
Yes, Pastor. Thank you. So, birthdays and anniversary greetings are coming from the Power Preachers, Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson, and the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. So this week we have on Wednesday, the 5th of October, Zoe Serena Eligon and also Wayne Chalband will be celebrating their birthdays on Wednesday, the 5th of October. Mac Kalani Slavini will be celebrating her birthday on Thursday, the 6th of October, and on Friday, please God, no stranger to you, Pastor. Friday, the 7th of October, we have our dear Dr. Merlin Smart will be celebrating.
Happy birthday to you, Dr. Smart. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear doctor. Happy birthday to you. You're getting older every day. Happy birthday to you. You're getting older every day. All right. I hope, Doctor, you appreciate that. You hear? All right. Otherwise, you'll never. You have 2 ears and 1 mouth. So I hope you appreciate that. Otherwise, you'll never sing for you again. Never. So go ahead, Sister Priscilla.
Yes, Pastor. So over to you now that we have no wedding anniversary for this Like
we need to get
people
some.
did not get married in October.
Yeah, we need to get some people. We need to
In
get some people.
October, yeah.
Yeah, we need to
had a
get some
lot-
people married.
We had a lot for the until September, but
Yeah, we need to get some people married. So all of you people shacking up, listen, call the power preacher. Give me a call at 236-7271, 236-7271, and say, leave the message. Tell Sister Isaac, I need to get married. And how can I need to speak to Pastor. All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, daughter.
welcome, Pastor.
All right. So until later. Until later.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Pastor.
Okay. Yeah, bye-bye. All right, so let's pay some bills and come back with the law and you this morning. Yes, the law and you. And we thank God. The law and you come courtesy Simpsons, the Church of the Firstborn Assembly, and our covenant partners and friends. So let's do this.
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpsons Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the king. I don't have much to bring. God before us. Who can be against us? Who can pass before us? If God before us, standing our way. No one can stand our way.
Welcome aboard. Yes, we're coming from the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, out of the Caribbean, around the world. Yes, thank you for choosing the old-time gospel family radio station 24/7 via the internet. It's your source for good Christian programming with you in mind. And you can also visit us at www.churchofthefirstbornassembly.org. That's churchofthefirstbornassembly.org. And if the station have been a blessing to you, why not send us an email? That is church668hope@gmail.com. That's church668hope@gmail.com. With God.
Have you heard the Power Preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took. I can feel your pain. Oh Lord, have mercy. People, just listen up. A farmer just lost a child on his way to school.
All right. With that in mind, you've heard the police siren and all of that. Yesterday I was listening when the commissioner was giving his update on what happened in Mayaro. And he said to put the guns down. And you know we have been telling you that in song, you know, how many more must die. And we see these young men. I mean, it is sad. It is very, very sad to see how these young men are throwing away their lives. For what? For what? And they are not going to heaven. They are not going to heaven. And that is what is bad. They're not going to heaven. So you parents have a duty. Whatever you need to do to get your children to change, do that in Jesus' name. And without any further ado this morning, it's my happy privilege to present to you one more time. He's back in the hot seat. My friend, brother, officer, inspector, TTTPS. God's morning to Mr. Jacob and the executive. Officer Calendar, it is God's morning to you, sir. Welcome. You got to unmute. All right, yes.
God's morning. It is indeed God's morning, Pastor Johnson. God's morning to you.
Yes.
God's morning to our listeners. God's morning to Trinidad and Tobago. And those of you who are listening around the world.
Yes.
It is indeed a pleasure to be back here to continue our very pertinent, interesting, and timely discussion surrounding parenting. Because the Bible tells you that you have to train up a child in the way that he may grow. So when he or she gets old, they will not depart from it. So instilling on moral and spiritual values in a child is of paramount importance for us as parents. The child was not responsible for being here, and we have a responsibility to ensure that they are not only given that physical food, but the spiritual and moral food is of paramount importance for the overall growth and development of a child. So being a parent or a guardian, or anyone who has care, charge, control, and custody of a child, you have a pivotal role. And I just want to go back, if I may, Pastor, to some of the things that we would have discussed that was highlighted. One of the most important institutions, as I mentioned last week, in any society is the family, right? And as a family, you have, of course, there are different types of family, the single parent, the nuclear, the extended, and so on. So you have the mother and the father. You may have siblings, older siblings, and may have uncles and aunts living in those homes. It is important that you create the right environment for the child, an environment for learning, an environment of love, and an environment of trust, an environment where the child is comfortable to speak. One of the things that we keep forgetting as parents is that a child has a voice. And so many times we constantly make decisions for the child, but not with the child in mind. And yes, different children at different ages, you have to make decisions that you believe is in the best interest of the child. But there comes a time in that child's life where the child must have a say, the child must have a voice, the child must be allowed to express themselves. And I'm using the word express in quite cautiously, because it doesn't mean, I am not saying tolerate disrespect, indiscipline, but children are very clever. Children are intelligent. They are very resourceful. They learn from their environment. They observe you as the parent. And sometimes you may think that they cannot handle things, or they may not know what is happening, but they do know. So you have to be the mirror for that child. Right? And one of the things I also mentioned is that for those of you who weren't tuned in last week, is that arising out of the unfortunate incident in the Pennywise incident, one parent had indicated that she had no idea that her child was involved in that life. And another parent echoed similar sentiments. And one of the three important questions I asked is, do you know where your child is? Do you know who your child is with? And do you know what your child is doing? it can be, well, it is impossible to be around your child 24/7, to supervise your child 24/7, but the moral and spiritual values that you embed into that child can't serve them in good stead for the rest of their life. And I think I would have also mentioned that education starts from in the womb to the two, from the womb to the two. So it's not when the child is born that they are learning. They understand, they know their father's voice, their mother's voice from in the womb. They respond when they hear certain voices and so on, and when certain things are happening with the mother, like abuse and different moods of the parent and so on. That is scientifically proven. So as parents, it is important that we raise our children accurately. There may not be any manual for parenting, so to speak, and different people parent their children differently. One of the most important things I want to speak about this morning, Pastor, is that parenting styles differ between mothers and fathers. So you would have a situation where you would find the mother being more protective or overly protective of the child, and the father not so much. The father would want to parent the daughter differently than the son. He would be a lot more hard on the son and be more protective on the daughter. And all these things have they are both positive and negative coming out of that. The parents may not be on the same page as it relates to the rules of the homes or enforcement of the rules of the home. And I think I would have mentioned the last time that it is better for your child to spend 5 or 10 minutes in naughty corner rather than 5 or 10 years in prison. Right? So I just want to set the tone, for want of a better word, for today. And there are so many things we can delve into, Pastor Johnson.
Exactly.
Where parenting is concerned. It is a really never-ending debate.
Yes.
Because you can get so many different sides, so many different views. Some parents will tell you what worked for them, what didn't work for them, what may work for one parent might not work with another parent. And the way a parent was raised in their household, they may either want to parent their children along that line because it worked for their parent, or they may not want to parent their children along that line because they might have been raised in an abused home. So at the end of the day, you must have the God factor inside of parenting, because as parents, we do not know it all. You could have 1 child, 2 children, 5 children. You cannot parent your children the same way. What may work for the first 2 children may not work for the others. And so you constantly have to be delving into the mind of the Lord, reading into the Word, delving into the Word to inquire from the Lord. How should I treat with this child? How should I treat with this situation?
Now, just before you go forward, I believe we have Officer, I think he was Inspector, Keith Phillips. Let's see if we could bring him in and get him a little bit on the inside. Officer, please unmute. God's morning to you. Welcome.
God's morning to you, Pastor Johnson, and Inspector Calendar, and to the wider audience of Trinidad and Tobago.
How are you doing?
To you all. I'm fine.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Just listening to Inspector Calendar. You know, great ambassador. I must say.
Yeah. I would have learned from the best, sir. Go ahead.
both of you all loving up on Jesus and loving up on parents and loving up on the nation. Yes, go ahead. Only mix it up. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I don't prefer to have Inspector Calendar, you know, but I must agree with everything that he has said, because yes, children do understand from birth. Prior to birth, you know, hearing emotions and so like that, and I think I would have said earlier on, at some point in time, I'm not too sure if it's in this program, that I would have done the same thing with my children from young, speak to them from the womb. In so much I remembered my second son as well as my daughter. From the time my wife gave birth and I reached the hospital and I entered the room and I sung my voice, they actually turned to hear my voice. So that just let you know.
Say that again. Say that again. I love that.
So yes, I'm in total agreement with Inspector Calendar. And yes, we all parent differently and even our children differently. But I want to leave it for Inspector Calendar to continue speaking because I think he have much to share. Yeah.
All right. But welcome aboard, and don't be a stranger. You could come on the Sunday afternoon. You're not a stranger here. All right.
Yes. Thanks.
Please, let's do anything that we could help this nation. We see what's happening. I mean, it's a problem around the world, but let's bring it home and we're using statistics from around the world and all of that. But 2 weeks ago 4, yesterday 4, how many more? Please, Officer Calendar.
All right, thanks a lot. Well, it is always a pleasure to have one of my mentors, Mr. Philip, on the program as well. One of the things I want to delve into, Pastor, is that, and this is according to research done by a university in the United States, is that Black and Hispanic parents are more likely to see their kids' successes and failures as a reflection of their parenting. So, and that is quite self-explanatory. If the child succeeds in school or in life and so on, they see themselves as a successful parent. And if it is the reverse, they sometimes are very hard on themselves. Well, I shouldn't say we, because this is that applies to me as well. We sometimes are very hard on ourselves if the child doesn't pass through their first choice in SEA, if the child didn't come out with 9 1s in CSEC, if the child didn't go on to university and so on. We sometimes see that as a failure and as a reflection of our parenting, and we are sometimes even harder on ourselves than on the child. But the truth be told is that one has to understand as a parent a number of things. Different children develop differently, and the brain of a child is not wired like that of an adult, because research has shown you, has told you that adolescents can go up to age 21 or even older. So you may have a young adult at your home, but they very much still have the brain and the understanding and is functioning as a child. And sometimes children develop late. I could remember when I was going to primary school, well, of course, in my days was Common Entrance, and it had post-primary and so on. There was a particular young lady, I cannot call the young lady's name, of course she's dead now. She was very slow, very, very slow. She didn't pass Common Entrance, and she was in the post-primary class. And whilst in the post-primary class, we saw a complete transformation of that individual. We were wondering if that is the same person, the principal and so on, was wondering if that is the same person who failed the Common Entrance, and I am saying this to say, of course, I think she was too old to sit the Common Entrance eventually. But there are a number of things one has to factor in as a parent when it comes to the success and failure of a child. It is not simply a case of the child, well, as we say, dunce head, or the head hard, to use some local parlance here, or are they slow, right? A child's environment has a lot to do with their success. Now, if a plant is not doing well and so on, you don't discard the plant, or you wouldn't pull it up and plant it somewhere else. You improve the environment surrounding the plant, and then you will get the plant to bloom and grow and blossom and bear fruits and so on. So these are things that one has to factor in as parents. Children, there are different style of learning, and I might be a little controversial here to go on record to say the education system has not catered for the different learning styles of children. The talk and chalk across the board is not going to work because you have different style of learners. And we focus more on the academic side and not on the, whether it's the musical side or the sporting side. If you don't get 9 passes or 9 ones in Trinidad and Tobago, your child is a failure. That is what the education system is saying. But what about and I'm using some locals here, the Dwight Yorks and the Russell Latapes and the Brian Laras and the Atto Bolden and so on. I mean, they might have done well in school academically, yes. But what I'm saying is that we cannot all have scholars out of our children. We cannot all have doctors and lawyers. We need them in other areas where society, where they would make a valuable contribution to society. So they are not a failure, right? And many times we try to live our dreams through our children. So we push them to be the doctor and the lawyer and the magistrates and so on, when in truth and in fact, they don't want to be that. And they are going to simply do it to please us as parents, but are they happy?
And you know, Officer Calendar, that is a good statement you made there, because I have some friends who are both husband and wife, they are doctors, and they push their children to go to medicine school and all the rest of it. But what happened? One ended up being an engineer because he don't want to be a doctor. So it is important that parents, you know, I mean, you guide your children, you help them, you streamline whatever, but the end result is that see what they want to accomplish, and once it is good, you know, it might not be what you want, but it's what is going to make them happy and live a productive life. So yes, please go ahead.
Correct. So that is important, and of course, you have access and collaboration with the Mind of Christ to inquire from the Lord. Okay, and of course, you would have brought up your children in that way as well to go to the Lord to inquire which direction the Lord wants you to lean to as it relates to a career.
Yes.
Understand? As well as life's choices, and not do it based on what I want as a parent or what the child wants, but there has to be some musing and collaborating with the mind of God so what direction should I go as a child or should I go as a parent? There are many things that you would want for your child, but they may not have the wisdom and the sight as you to see these things. And sometimes, as difficult as it is, you have to leave them. You have to leave them and allow them to see and experience certain things for themselves, as painful as that may be. As painful as that. So, as I said, Pastor, I mean, this is a topic that is wide-ranging. We can go on and on, but it is important. And of course, parenting style, this is another interesting one. It differs across generations.
Yes.
So, in the day, in parenting styles in your time, obviously would be different in my time.
Yes.
Right? In my time, a child must be, well, the young lady, they must be seen and not heard. And that is the word. A child did not have a voice, right? The parents used to communicate with you at times silently from the time they look at you.
Yes, you got the message.
Yes, you get the eye, you realize is okay, well, is either I shouldn't be here, so let me move from here. And you really couldn't win as a child back in the day, because if one, you might get curtailed for being there. You might get curtailed for moving too slow for being there. You might get curtailed for not crying. You might get curtailed for crying. You might get curtailed for taking too long to cry. You might get curtailed for crying too much. So you couldn't really win. I wouldn't say, well, I know I was miserable as a child. I would confess that. My brain, I was very active as a child. Very active. So,
so you got a lot of blows or licks?
Well, my parents, my mother, because I was with my mother first. My father died when I was 13 years. He was very loving. He never used to beat at all. But when he do hold you, he used to get licks in areas, like, when you owe one of these. That?
Yes.
Yeah, my mother was, I grew up in a house where when your father come home, I go tell him.
Yeah.
So they used to leave the discipline to the father. And that in my opinion, is wrong.
You sure? Because it makes the father look like the bully, like the terrible.
That correct. And but not only that, the children are going to respect the father to some extent, and not the mother.
Or respect him out of fear.
Sorry, respect the mother. Sorry. Yeah, they're going to respect the father or fear the father.
Yes.
And not the mother. So mommy is the nice one because she don't beat her.
Yes.
Understand? But daddy is the big bad one because mommy does tell daddy everything.
Yeah.
And when daddy come home, he don't ask no questions. So my curtail book for sure.
Right.
So you don't want that. You want the discipline. You want the child to have respect, not fear. I didn't say fear. To have respect for both the mother and the father. And even if you are disciplining your child, I think I would have mentioned that last week, the child, there has to be some level of dialogue with the child, right? It's not just a case of lick. The child don't have a clue what they did and so on. And in my time, if the neighbor complain and the mother don't want to know nothing, you're getting licked still.
Yes.
That's that. So, I think those days should be over, where you must have dialogue and conversation with your children so that if you have to discipline them.
But Officer Calendar, the pendulum have swing from the left to the right or from the right to the left. So, it's not mutual anymore or neutral anymore. It is terrible. They throw the baby and the bathwater out. So in other words, so your parents did this to you, and they overdone it, and you are doing it at all.
Right, understood. Well, I think my son's mother tried that, and she only used to bring him when it's time for licks. And I had also put a stop to that by saying, well, no, if he disrespected you, you are the one that has to discipline him, so he would have that level of respect for you.
Yes.
Because he's going to see me only as the big bad wolf, and to come by me when it's punishment. So we cannot have that.
Yes.
Of course, my son's mother is not my wife. I mean, the co-parenting was very difficult, which I don't want to delve into the realm of specifics. But that is another thing. Co-parenting, where the parents are no longer together, is very challenging, especially if one is saved and the other one is not.
Yes.
When you have a situation where the child is going to be growing up in a home that is diametrically opposed to each other. So the values and so on that is instilled in one home is going to be washed away, for want of a better word, or not going to be enforced in another. Right? And that is what is happening today in our society, because I am one that believes that with the exception of food, clothing, and shelter, which are the basic necessities, children need to earn things. They need to earn things, right? So I was never one that believed in giving you a gift for your poor grades because it's Christmas time or it's your birthday and so on. I believe that some things need to be earned, because what I would be doing is that I would be rewarding mediocrity and poor performance. And you may have a situation where the other parent, just to make the other parent look bad, would show up the parent by buying that what the child requested for the child, regardless of how their grades are or how whether the child is respectful to them or not. So that is saying to the child, well, if you don't want to buy it, no problem, mommy, go buy it for me. I don't. So what is the incentive now to perform well in school?
And you know that goes across the board, right?
Yes.
Whether it is the child or the parent or in the workplace, and the list goes on and on. Whether it's in the church too. Because you know, people just lay back, you know, and never want to move a finger. You know, I keep saying it, they sit on their hands and expect things to happen. Or they breed, they suck up all the air condition in the church, but never contribute to make something happen. You know, there are three types of people, right? Those who make things happen, those who wonder what is happening, and those who wonder, watch, and make. Yeah, those who make things happen, those who watch what's happening. That's all they do. They just watch.
Yep.
And then they go ahead.
But I just want to add also that the day that the parent is unable to provide those things for the child, what you think is going to happen? Because you have given the child an entitlement now that every time my birthday comes around, every time Christmas comes around, every time I ask my mommy or my dad something, I just get it. But what happened? Look, for COVID, I mean, many persons lost their jobs and so on. Things getting a little tough. The child, if the child is not mature enough, they may still have that expectations. And what if you are unable to provide that for them? Because some parents, based on how they grew up, will tell you, nobody didn't give me nothing easy. I work for everything I want, and I don't want my child to grow up the way I grew up, so I give my child everything. And I'm making sure my child want for nothing. Now, that could be a mistake. Apart from your basic necessities, your food, clothing, and shelter, and so on, wherever my child want, my child must get, because I want peace and fries. You understand? But you might be setting up yourself for some headache down the road.
Right, shoot. Let's pay some bills and come back, Officer Calendar. Thank you. All right, people, so you're listening to the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry 24 hours a day, 7 days a week via the internet. And we simulcast every Tuesday morning and Friday evening with Sky 99.5 FM and The Street 91.1 FM. 91.9, sorry. So let's go.
Simpsons Memorial Limited, number 63 Eastern Main Road, Laventille. Internationally accredited funeral directors and embalmers. A full-service funeral home serving families of Trinidad and Tobago and internationally since 1945. At Simpsons Memorial Limited, we serve with dignity in assisting families in honoring the memory of their loved ones. Our services include professional funeral and pre-planning, burials and cremation, custom-built and imported caskets, coffins and cremation trays, cemetery management, limousines, mourners cars, grief counseling, web streaming of funerals, fully air-conditioned chapel with live musical accompaniment, full global shipping and receiving of loved ones. We specialize in facial restorations. Call us anytime, day or night, at 623-8688. That number again is 623-8688. Simpsons Memorial Limited. Superior service, always with excellence.
Take me to the King. I don't have much to bring.
Martin's Plumbing and Maintenance Services Limited, licensed sanitary plumbing contractor for all your plumbing needs. Located at the Mirror Industrial Estate Arima. Contact us at 642-7136 or 642-2093.
Have you heard the Power Preachers? If not, then join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly of Sangre Grande for the Old Time Gospel Hour program. Pastor Johnson reminds listeners that their faithful love gift for the Old Time Gospel Hour can be placed at any branch of the First Citizens Bank. Account number 795222. And may God richly bless you.
But you gave it anyway. Jesus took.
So you didn't have much money, you give it anyway. And Jesus, my Jesus, took the gift that you give, and that's why we are here today. At this time, we take you back to Officer, the one and only Calendar. So, Officer, probably a quick thought, and then let's open the lines, take some calls, please.
Yes. So as I was saying, it is important as parents to be on the same page. We have to learn to understand each and every one of our children, learn them, because they are no two children are the same. They are very unique. And what, as I mentioned earlier, what might work for one child might not work with the other. So children are very clever. They may have a tendency of feeling that mommy love my brother more than me, or my sister more than me. Mommy does allow this one to get away with things that I cannot get away with. So it's important to be balanced in our parenting and consistent.
Yes. Not hearing you anymore.
Hello?
Yeah. Right. Let me see what's happening here. All right. Officer Calendar?
Yes.
All right.
I'm here.
Because we were not hearing you.
Oh.
All right. So that's it. So you ready to come some calls?
Yes, certainly.
All right. Let's just see if Officer Phillips wants to make any quick statement before we go forward. Officer Phillips.
Well, again, I'm just listening, but yes, I totally agree with Inspector Calendar in that both parents need to be in synergy, because at the end of it all, I always tell that children are our most precious resource, and they are the future of who we are, of our communities as well as our nation. So therefore, it's important for us as parents to work together in harmony for the betterment of our children. So I'll just stop there.
Yes. All right. Fair enough. Thank you very much, Officer Phillips. All right, people, the numbers you're calling, and make note of the numbers, because these are the numbers that we are using going forward. So please make note of it. They are 624-7729, 624-7729, 625-2759, 625-2759. And for WhatsApp calls, they are, one line, 333, that's 333 9950, 333 9950. You have a question? All right, we do have a caller. Thank you. Caller, you on the air. Good morning.
Kadasika.
Kita.
I believe polygraphing is wrong. I said that from the beginning.
Right, but did we speak about polygraphing this morning? No. Let's talk about parenting.
That is wrong.
All right.
So that is wrong.
Kita. You do not want me to cut your call, right? So talk with me. You have children, right?
I'm just saying
Kita. All right, so we had to clip the call, but Lyndon, all right, because she's not willing to engage. All right, so we're taking some calls for you, listeners. You have been listening. We're talking about parenting. The world is in chaos as a result of wrong parenting. People who do not understand what parenting is all about. We saw in the news where it was alleged the woman fed the child, whatever. The list goes on and on. Parents put children in cage. Parents brutalize children many times because parents themselves have been brutalized. So what we are saying is that there's certain basic things in order to parent your child. 624-7729. You can call in and share how you parent your child, how you're able to do that. And that is what we're talking about. We want to help this nation of ours, right? We cannot have young men just being, watch and see. The devil hate men. And one, because it's the seed, so he will do anything to destroy that seed. Right? And two, he wants to take men with him. And men have to be wise enough, and you as parents need to be able to guide your children. It's your responsibility. Children cannot be in your home and doing what they want. I know some of you have allowed your children to grow up and do what they want, and you expect to have better children. All right, so since we have no callers, I don't know what they are doing. Let's continue with our discussion here this morning. All right, so one more time, I give you all one more opportunity. 624-7729, 625-2759. Thank you very much. Caller, you on the air. God's morning.
Pleasant morning to you.
Welcome, sir.
My mother had 15 children.
15, yes.
Yes. And it didn't have any. Come out as criminal. My father was a mason. My mother was a stay-home mother. And she guided 15 children. Now, what happened now is that I is about the 8th. And I went to work in a place, and this white man decided that he should call me monkey man. And because I take legal action against him, and later I'm 70 years now. Over 40 years, nobody would hire me.
Wow.
I was banned from employment. Now, what I'm saying is that if I want to work on a cruise ship, I have to buy a cruise ship and work on it. If I want to work in a hotel, I have to build my own hotel to work in it. Now I'm a cook by profession.
So tell us why you have to buy your own hotel. Why they cannot get a pardon, you cannot get that. Go ahead.
Banned from employment. That means nobody will hire me.
All right, so it have to be, well, let's talk a little bit. And I want to engage the officers here. What could cause this caller not to be banned from employment? What, please?
I think what he was saying is that somebody had called him by a particular name, and
yes.
when he chose to take the man to court, I don't know what action the man took, because I was trying to understand.
Well, he's still there, so you can speak with him.
Yes, caller. Just explain it a little bit more for us from a place I can be able to advise you accordingly.
I could call the name of the establishment.
No, you don't have to.
No.
You don't have to, but you could explain in detail what caused you to get banned, what.
Hotel. No, because of the ability that I had acquired. Well, it had a ethnic group in the hotel too, and he was friends with them. But because of the ability that I acquired, and anything he able to do, I was able to do it. So whatever.
What I want you to do is to get to the point where you were banned.
Monkey man Cecil. I go to the personnel department, they laugh at me. I go to the union representative, he telling me it's joke the man making.
Right, but we understand that. So let's take it to the courts. You went to the courts, and what transpired there?
Well, in the end, I can't really remember what happened, but they tell him he had to be more be respected to the workers, and that was that. They tell me now if he do anything that is any wrong thing to me, then like fire me or demote me or whatever, come back. But when I go to my mother, she tell me, don't bother to go back there. They will only sink you deeper.
Right, but all right. So, what the officer want to help you? He want to help people, other people who might be in similar situation. What caused you to get banned, or how that the courts did that? What did that? How that came about?
I was the head chef himself. You see, because the establishment, it is the biggest hotel in Port of Spain, and I was able. Well, I used to work every day. Due to one chef at a particular time, it does not come out every day. So
all
right. From 8 o'clock in the morning to 12 in the night. I could do that. I could come every day.
Right, but hear me. We still not.
In this, with this particular chef, whatsoever he writes and leaves in the personal department or wherever.
All right, so that they did a report on you. That is what you are saying, all right? And that report, wherever you go, they ask you for recommendation, and you can't get that. That's what you're saying?
No, I have the recommendation, but when I show anybody it, well, at least one person tell me to show nobody that.
Well, that one person telling you that doesn't make it right or wrong, you know. But
yes,
to thank yeah. No, because of time.
Because I went to the hotel school. After that time, I said, well, let me start over my career. And I went to get in the hotel school. And I passed everything. But here, what they tell me now, some problem I have in Hilton Hotel, I had to go back there and find out what it is.
All right. All right. Thank you very much for sharing with us. Thank you very much. All right, so he didn't give us much in the sense, Officer Calendar, where we can go from there.
True, correct. Well, I know that we are pressed for time, so
yes.
But I say it's 9 minutes to 10. I just want to leave the listeners out there with this. You are not just raising a son or a daughter. You are raising someone's husband, father, wife, or mother. So it is important for us as parents to understand that the moral and the values that we instill in a child can impact generations to come, right? Yes. And we in the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service, through the community-oriented policing section, we have recognized, for want of a better word, that parents need help. Parents need help out there. And just Saturday gone, there was a parental workshop at the Besor Street Police Station through the community-oriented policing section. Sergeant Raffit and his team, in collaboration with the head office, had undertaken or began a parental workshop for parents of East Port-of-Spain area as a result of some of the challenges that are facing some of the schools. We took on the responsibility of inviting the parents of some of those children so that we can assist them equip them with the tools. But I want to go further to add, though, that through the police youth clubs, we also have parental workshops for the members of the youth club, the parents of the children in the youth club, so that it can assist them or equip them with the tools to be able to parent their children. Because there has to be a collaborative approach where raising our children are concerned, and it goes back to the old adage that says it takes a village to raise a child. So we are playing our part, we are doing our part. We also go into the schools, into the Parent-Teachers Association meetings, and we engage parents, we interact with the parents. I don't want to use the word lecture because it's not a case of we talking to them alone. We have dialogue and discourse with them, as well as equipping them with some of the tools so that it can be able to assist them as well. We also collaborate with other stakeholders as well, because we know and understand fully well that there's an old African proverb that says the child you ignore today would burn down the village tomorrow to feel its warmth. So we don't want that to happen at all from a law enforcement perspective, both from a criminogenic and sociological perspective.
Wow. That's it? All right.
Yes, sir.
So we have had, and we have been dealing with parenting, and I'm making it one of my pet topic, subject, whatever you want to call it, that we dealing with that on Monday, Sunday. We're dealing with it because if parents do not get a hold of their children, then the police have to get a hold of them. And you have to decide. Parents have to decide. Watch your children. Watch how their children are dying. You didn't bring children in this world to die like that. And if you didn't bring them in this world to die like that, do whatever it takes to get them to turn. Call the church, 2367271. Leave a message. Call a voice, send a voice note to 737-4673. Send a voice note to 737-4673 and say, Pastor Johnson, how can you help? And we're going to help you to get in touch with people who can help you. But definitely, you just don't sit on your hands as a parent and expect. Don't just sit on your hands as a parent and expect things to change. I spoke concerning the parent, the mother who never correct her child. And for Mother's Day, she went to visit the child in prison. And the child bit off her ears. I sure you all know of that, Officer Calendar and Officer Philip. I sure you will.
Yes, I do. Yes, I heard that story as a child.
Yes.
I heard that story as a child. So I would have heard about it. I mean, one of the things that I do regularly is that when I moved into my home, every morning I would get up and walk around my house and make some serious declaration over my house, around my house, and even make declarations for the whole community. But more importantly, as parents, you have to constantly place your hands on your children when they are asleep, and make some serious declarations over your children, because it's not a physical battle we are fighting.
Exactly.
It's a spiritual battle.
Yes, I mean, yesterday it pained me to see these 4 men on the ground and all what have been happening over the years. The Bible says we are fearfully and wonderfully made. Children are the heritage of the Lord. They are not for parents to do what they want. And that's why the Bible says, bring up the children in the way they should go. So when they become old, they will not depart from it. Morris Johnson was brought up that way. And 67 years now on planet Earth, continues to go strong in Jesus. No apologies. Strong in Jesus. For 60 years now, I've been serving him from the age of 7 years. And if you do that, you're going to have a better society, a better nation, and a better home. Take 1 minute, take 30 seconds, Officer Calendar, and bring it in, and then I'll let Officer Philip take a 30 second. Please go.
Yeah, well, I just want to end by saying that as parents, we stand, we have to stand in proxy for our children. We are the persons the Lord placed on the earth to be able to assist children to accurately navigate and negotiate their way through life from all angles, physically, spiritually, academically, and so on. But it has to begin with us as parents, and parenting is a full-time job. You can never stop parent your child regardless of how old they have become. And they have to see us as the person to look to be able to assist them to accurately traverse this road called life from an accurate biblical perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Officer Calendar. And we'll have you back. Officer Philip, you just want to take a few seconds? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, closing a little quote that I heard someone said, to be in your children's memory tomorrow, you have to be in their lives today. And it's critical for us as parents to be in their lives, the persons within the community, to be in our children's lives. And I guess that's why the TTPS, through its police youth clubs, also filling that gap in some instances to be in their children's lives. So do have a blessed one, and God bless.
Amen. Thank you all very much for coming on the hot seat, and for all those of you choosing the Old Time Gospel Hour. Those of you listening us on Sky and on the street, we'll be back on Sky on Friday evening at 9 p.m. and on Sky, tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., and on the street on Friday evening at 9 p.m. Do have a wonderful day in Jesus' name. God richly bless you, and thanks for supporting the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry. They will give you the information. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye.
Don't you know that everybody is a radio receiver? All you have to do is listen for the call.
Have you heard? If not, then here's your opportunity to join the power preachers of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko, Sangre Grande, Monday through Friday at 9 a.m. for the Old Time Gospel Hour morning program, where we deal with today's issues from a biblical perspective. Mondays, reading the scriptures, worship and deliverance. Tuesdays, the law and you. Wednesdays, dealing with disabilities. Thursdays, doctors and medical matters. Friday mornings, Sister Agnes Johnson.
This concludes the live broadcast with Pastor Morris Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly. See you next week, and God bless.
Turn your lights down low and listen to the Master's radio. Get in touch with God. Turn your radio on.
You are invited to join Pastors Morris and Agnes Johnson of the Church of the Firstborn Assembly Miracle Center, located at number 399 Eastern Main Road, Waiko in Sangre Grande, for the Old Time Gospel Hour Family Radio Ministry every Sunday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. to the Children's Hour Worship Ministry of the Word and the Family Forum every Tuesday from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. The Law and You, and every Friday evening from 9 p.m.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
91.9 is counting down 91 days of Christmas. Yes, 91 days of Christmas. It's karaoke, prizes to be won, giveaways. It's the 91 days of Christmas on the street. 919 FM.
I could sing a good serenade. Oh, it's Christmas.
The murder toll continues to rise. The nation is in mourning tonight.
3 people have been found dead. A soldier was shot dead at
a quadruple murder in Beverly Hills, Laventille.
Where are we right now?
We say bring back love.
Bring back love.
Bring back PP.
Bring back peace. Be your brother's keeper. We say bring back peace on the street.
I want peace. I want peace. Bring back peace on the street.
Bring back peace on the street.
Bless the world with harmony. There's no greater time for love. No greater time for peace.
Join Pastor Kelvin Heinerine and friends for The Way, The Truth, The Life Radio Ministry, a Church of God ministry, live on the street 919 FM from 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. This and every Sunday on the street 919 FM. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh to the Father except through me. John chapter 14, verse 6. For further information, contact 6 346-863845, 349-5178, or 342-7303.
This is Bishop Aaron Williams from the Divine Problem Solving International Ministries, inviting you to be part of our broadcast on any given Thursday night from 12 midnight right on to 5 a.m. on Friday morning. And this broadcast is called Early Morning Gospel Market Program. Then we have on Tuesday from 12 noon to 1 p.m. the Holy Ghost Gospel Pharmacy. If you are sick and ailing, you can get from this particular pharmacy, from the pharmacist, the good things of life. Hallelujah. And any Saturday from 10 a.m. to 12 noon, break into the house of the Philistines. Hallelujah. If you are sick and tired of being sick and tired, hearing the babel of false doctrines that you encounter daily, it's about time you get close to God, God's word, direct from his throne room, in the name of Jesus.
God has good plans for his people. Why do you worry so much? Are you ready for me? Go.
The Street 919 FM.
Yeah. 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 Say.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. As we get ready to go to the GAP program, let's say thank you to Pastor Johnson for holding it down for the first part of this morning. So we're going straight to the GAP program in a short bit.
The views expressed are not necessarily the views of the management of the Street 919 FM.
The Gap Man Limited specializes in products that cater to all your health needs. The Male Enhancement Package targets the areas of the body that contribute to erectile dysfunction. The Male Enhancement costs $1,400. The Gap pills are priced at 250 pills for $500 and 500 pills for just $900. For the best in eye care, get the super combination of a Super Bright and the Body Healer. To improve the heart's function and circulation, get the Gap pills and Formula C. To get a total body cleanse daily, use the Gap Body Healer and Big C, all for a super low price of $1,300. To order your products from the Gap Man Limited, call 628-4531 for products that cater to all your health needs.
For more info, contact 476-7268.
Good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. This is Giselle from In the Mix Herbs and Health Limited. For all of the regular listeners who are tuned in right now, and you know Thursdays we offer special prices. We have extended the sale from last week.